This is a microphone test for Cambridge City Council Planning Committee on the 25th of March, which will begin at 10 a.m.
Thanks. Read out the stuff and then we'll get going. So good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place just after 10 o'clock on Wednesday, the 25th of March. I'll allow councillors to introduce themselves, starting with Tim, closest to me. Tim?
Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Councillor Bob Illingworth, East Chesterton Ward.
Hugh Howard, Abbey Ward.
Thanks. So we missed out one there. It's Councillor Todd Jones. His microphone's not working, so perhaps we could get a replacement sorted, or someone can by the time he needs it. Good. Okay, moving on. Apologies were received from Councillors Thornborough, Dryden, Flaubert, and Porrer. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah.
Councillor Flaubert is no longer part of the committee chair because she changed political parties over the weekend. But yes, apologies technically.
Righto, thanks for that update. Queries? No, don't need that. So, Vice Chair. So should we do that now, James? Or yeah, so because Councillor Thornborough is on council business in Germany, we haven't got a Vice Chair for this meeting. So the Vice Chair is useful. If we have anything, go back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes. So can I suggest we normally have Mike Todd Jones as Vice Chair, if that's okay with everyone? So, good point, because you're leaving at half-time, aren't you?
The microphone's working now, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm going to try and stay for as long as possible. So you may, but I may have to leave early. So if you want to nominate someone else, that might be sensible.
Bob, do you want to do it? You're fairly experienced, aren't you?
Yeah, okay. I'm happy to do it.
Okay with everyone? Yeah, I'll nominate Bob then. Seconder for Bob? Yeah, Mike's seconded. All in favour of Bob as Vice Chair? Yep. Okay, great. Okay, moving on. Now, nomination. So the officers permanently at the table for this meeting are Joint Director of Planning and Economic Development, Stephen Kelly, Manager Rebecca Smith, Lead Advisor Richard Kett, Committee Manager James Goddard, and Producer Sarah Michael. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk can be broadcast at some point, as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you are following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off, please. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exit. Please do not use the lift. Can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option? Switch off your microphone and camera unless you're invited to speak. If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report, questions of clarification from members to officers. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be, normally 3 minutes, but I've increased it to 6 minutes this time. 6 minutes for those speaking in support and 6 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask the planning delivery manager to summarise the officer recommendation, which will pick up any amendments made during the debate, and I will then ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Right. I haven't got anything on my screen yet, James. Should I have that? Okay. So apologies. We've done apologies already. 3 declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest, members, decision makers? No, none. Okay. Councillor Poore, you're not a decision maker, but yeah, go on.
Just to declare that I normally sit on planning committee, but today I'm appearing as ward councillor, so I won't be participating in the vote or the council debate.
Thanks for that clarification, councillor. Right, item 4, Market Square. So, there's quite a few speakers today. So, just to be clear, we've got John and Katie Preston, objectors, Zoe Hardinge, objector. Then we've got supporters, John Mason, Paul Belton, Ben Binns, the latter being the applicant's representative. And then we've got ward councillors who are Councillor Rosie Moore, Councillor Katie Poore, Councillor Tim Bick and Councillor Hugh Clough. And by the way, on my list it says that Councillor Rosie Moore is a cabinet member, which she is, but in this committee, Rosie will be treated as a ward councillor in the same way as every other councillor, because we don't have any sort of hierarchy in this committee for what you are in council. That's it, I think, in terms of speakers. So, Charlotte, if you want to introduce the item then, please.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, so this application is...
Speak a bit closer to your microphone, Charlotte, if you would, please, because otherwise some people might not be able to hear properly. Thank you very much.
So this application is seeking full planning permission for the redevelopment of the urban realm. Works include the installation of fixed stores in the market, provision of demountable stores.
Okay, stop a minute, Charlotte. Yeah, I thought it was a little bit quiet myself, actually. Is there something wrong with that microphone, do we think, James, Sarah? You can always swap microphones and get another one.
No, just hold it closer to you.
Closer, okay. No, don't do that, but...
I don't know if you can, if I stand up, it's sort of about this distance, sort of roughly.
Bear with, please, people.
Foot, and project.
Okay, let's try again. Start from the beginning then, please, Charlotte.
So the application is seeking planning permission for the redevelopment of the urban realm. Works include installation of fixed stores in the market, the provision of demountable stores, the relaying of sets in the market, repaving across the site and additional landscaping. The application is at committee as it is land under the ownership of Cambridge City Council, who are also the applicants, so it's a Regulation 3 application. There is also an attached listed building consent, which would be decided separately. And just to make clear to members, not all the plans are in my presentation, so if at any point during points of clarification or debate, just let us know and we can bring the plans up. So as per the amendment sheet, there are a number of updates to the application since the report was published. Above is a brief summary. There have been 7 additional third-party comments received, including one from Hobson's Conduit Trust. No additional concerns to what has been summarised within the report have been raised, and all objectors had previously commented on the application. Hobson's Conduit Trust welcomed the works to the fountain and the decorative plates showing the historic route of the conduit, but raised concerns about water safety. A petition with over 2,500 signatures against the redevelopment of the market was submitted. This was taken from change.org and so is outside the council's petition scheme. The petition is not specific to planning and appears to have begun prior to the submission of the planning applications. The petition raises concerns with hot food stalls, poor demandable stalls, and the loss of the traditional market. In addition, examples of flush services have been provided by both the Local Highways Authority and the applicant, and these will be discussed later within the presentation. The applicant has submitted a document relating to the testing of accessibility of the sets, which confirms from the trials done that the height variation between the sets will change from 20 to 25 mil to 0 to 8 mil. In addition, there are some alterations to conditions, the majority of which are for clarification purposes. Condition 22, which was for public art, has been removed and has been added. The details being required have been added to condition 11, which is the landscaping condition. Condition 18, which was the outdoor events, has some elements removed due to the onerous nature of some of the requests. The largest change is condition 3, which I've shown here, which is for cycle parking, of which, the new wording is shown. This has been amended following confirmation from the applicant that it is likely to involve temporary cycle spaces when work is being underdone. So it's therefore been reworded to allow this flexibility. So the application relates to the public realm around the Civic Quarter. This site includes Market Square, which is a Grade 2 listed surface, Market Hill, which is a circular carriageway around the square, Pease Hill, Wheeler Street, Guildhall Street, and Corn Exchange Street from the junction with Wheeler Street to the southern edge of the Corn Exchange. Market Square is under the ownership of Cambridge City Council, and the rest of the public realm is adopted public highway under the control of Cambridgeshire County Council. The Market Square listing includes the sets and then 2 sets of iron railings. In addition, the fountain in the centre has a separate Grade 2 listing. The site is surrounded by numerous listed buildings, shown here. This includes the Grade 1 Church of St Mary the Great, the Grade 1 number 5 Market Hill, the Grade 2 Star Church of St Edward King and Martyr here, as well as the Guildhall, which is Grade 2. The whole site lies within the historic core conservation area, and it lies within the primary shopping area, with many of the shop fronts facing the site being either primary or secondary shopping frontage. The site lies within flood zone 1, however there are some areas at risk at surface water flooding. And Market Square itself is a designated public open space. So just some photos from the applicant's design and access statement showing the existing condition of Market Square. It's just got one here showing the fountain. You can see the one set of the railings here, as well as some concrete slabs, and then a roof view of the existing market stalls. So this is some of the photos from the applicant's recently submitted accessibility document, and it's just showing the differences in height between the existing sets. So some of them are about 25 mil. You can see here, there's a gap here and here. And it shows as well the ones which have been rounded. See here. Pease Hill, so again, more photos from the applicant's design and access statement. So Pease Hill is a well-used and hard-working space. Many users linger here with the seating and the planting, but it's also used for servicing and delivery, shown here with HGVs that serve the Arts Theatre and Corn Exchange. The photos show some of the current obstacles in the way, in space of bins and cycle parking. Guildhall Street. So this street is used as a thoroughfare between the Grand Arcade car park and the market. Users tend to not linger in this space. The photos show the cycle and voy parking in the centre of the street. We've got vehicles parking haphazardly with delivery parking in disabled bays. This photo here is an image of when the cycle parking was temporarily removed for the Cambridge Half Marathon. And then just finally, Wheeler and Corn Exchange Streets. So this image here is from the design and access statement, with the other 4 being from Google Images. The streets are motor vehicle dominant, as it's a through route from the Grand Arcade car park. There's a mixture of services, and the pathways are narrow, particularly around the bend at the junction of the 2 roads here. So moving on to the proposal. So this is the plans showing the existing surfaces. As shown, there's a current mix of surface materials with York stone, concrete flag paving, concrete block paving, and asphalt. So this is the proposed surfacing for the south part of the site. So the carriageway along Wheeler Street and Corn Exchange Street would be paved in York stone sets, and they would have a 50mm upstand curb to clearly define the carriageway. There would be a raised table at the junction of the roads that will result in a flush surface. Pease Hill and Guildhall Street would be paved in York stone with differing size and colours to delineate between footway and carriageway. However, the surface would be flush, meaning there would be no vertical curb, creating a level surface. And just here I've just got some examples of how the different materials would be used to delineate. So moving to the north side of the site, the carriageway along the northern section of Market Hill would be paved in York stone and would have a 50mm upstand curb to clearly define the carriageway, and there would be a raised table at the junction with Rose Crescent. The loop of Market Hill will be paved in York stone with differing sizes and colours to delineate between the footway and carriageway. However, the surface would be flush, so there would be no vertical curb. Just to touch on the plans of the market showing where the stores would be located. It's just got a floor plan and roof plan. The images at the bottom show the colour drawings. So we've got the partial market, where it's just fixed stalls, and the full market, where it's fixed and demountable stalls. And this image just shows the difference between the two, the orange being the fixed and the green being demountable. There would be 44 fixed stalls and 52 demountable. The partial market opens up the southern half of the space to allow for flexible uses. This basement would be refurbished to provide lockers and toilets for the traders. One of the entrances would be removed, and that includes the listed railings that surround it. Just got some plans and elevations of the fixed stalls. Note this diagram that shows how the stalls would be fixed to the sets. It would be a screw pile foundation with a pedestal that is lifted slightly above the surface. The stalls are approximately 3 metres squared, although there is some variation throughout. And the height measures 3.5 metres to the ridge and 2.7 metres to the eaves. The small canopies would rise and fall, and when they fall, they would appear as part of the wall when not in use. We've just got some artistic images of how different traders could utilise the stalls, where they could spill out onto the street, where they could use single stalls or double stalls. And here we've just got some images of how a block of stalls would appear both open and closed, and some examples on the right of fixed market stalls. We've got Northampton, and then China and Turkey. So these images are just showing the proposed colour palette for the stalls and an artist's impressions. The colour palette is designed to reference the existing colours used in the square. And finally, just some CGI images of the stalls. The demountable stalls have yet to be agreed. However, they would be in line with the colour palettes of the fixed stalls. To touch slightly on the gates, This shows what currently is being proposed, with gates blocking the north and south routes. Officers do have concerns with the current positioning due to the blocking of key views and issues regarding the lack of natural surveillance around here and here. However, it's considered that this can be finalised by way of condition. We've just got some existing and proposed elevations. The new stalls would be slightly higher, but overall a similar scale to the existing stalls. Just quickly touch on soft landscaping. So planting would be created outside both of the churches, here and here, with some trees also being planted. With some images of the types of plants that are currently proposed to be used in each. So the one outside Great St Mary's is proposed to be a milk market, planting pallet, and then the one on Pease Hill is a fish market. So there were some concerns raised about the narrowness of movement along Pease Hill. The narrowest point would be 3.74 metres, but this is sufficient for 2 wheelchairs to pass and is considered to be a betterment than the 2 existing narrower paths. And then the planters would incorporate benches, as kind of shown by these examples here. Moving on to the key issues, the first of which is heritage harm. So it's been identified that there's a high level of less than substantial harm by way of the relaying of the sets. So here we've got some images of trials of relaying the sets which were conducted on Pease Hill just outside the Giggling Squid. On the left are the original trials which were put in at the beginning of March. Sample 1 is where they were cut and relayed. Sample 2 is where they were cut and relayed in a different pattern. And sample 3 is where they were just lifted and placed back down. This photo here is just a few weeks later when the mortar had dried. So this photo here is the sample trial that was put in at the beginning of this week. And this is using cut sets throughout. The top half is where they've used flush surfacing with the mortar, and the bottom half is when it's recessed. And then just on the right here, just some examples used in Barcelona, where they've relayed historic sets. And then these are photos taken from the accessibility trials submitted by the applicant, showing the variation between the sets, and the levels would now be between 0 and 8 millimetres, which is a significant improvement from the current 20 to 25 mil. And just to let members aware, there's 2 examples of existing sets on the front table. One of them has been cut and the other one is uncut. The uncut one is the one with the white banding round, if you want to have a look at that later. So in terms of harm, the MPPF refers to heritage harm as less than substantial harm, or total loss. There's no definition of the different levels of harm, and this is a subjective judgment. The image to the right here shows what we call the harmometer, created by our conservation team, which should help members consider where the harm lies within a scale. Paragraph 215, as shown above, states where less than substantial harm is identified, the MPPF allows for public benefits to outweigh the harm. So here are the tables as per the report, just summarising the harm. So directly on the listed surface, the relaying of sets is considered to have a high level of less than substantial harm. Talking about around here. The replacement of the concrete slabs with new sets is a positive. And then the removal of one set of railings is considered to have a low level of less than substantial harm. So the net heritage impact is a high level of substantial harm. As this is the full application, we also need to consider the impact of the setting of the listed structures in Market Square, the impact of the setting of the listed buildings outside the red line, as well as the impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area. And again, we've got high levels of less than substantial harm for the relaying of the sets. The flush surface is also considered to have a moderate level of less than substantial harm. That's due to the loss of the delineation. There are some positives to it, such as the removal of clutter and the repaving where you're just excluding the flush element, particularly on Wheeler Street. So the net for each of these is either moderate or low. So we're talking kind of here or here.
Chair, sorry.
So highways safety.
Hang on a minute, Charlotte, what's that, Councillor Howard? Charlotte, is that available in the deck somewhere? Because I can't read that from here. Is it available? We can have questions of clarification at the end, if that's okay, Councillor. Is that okay with you? Sure. Yeah, thank you. Carry on, Charlotte.
Just to come up this slide,
The previous slide, actually.
the tables are in the reports. So moving on to the second key issue, which is highway safety, which the main concern is regarding the flush shared surface. So here are extracts from the ministerial letter sent from Kit Malthouse and Nusrat Ghani, who were the Minister of State for Housing and Planning, as well as the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State, respectively, at the time of writing. This letter has been attached as an appendix. So a ministerial letter is a formal correspondence sent by government ministers to address policy, answer queries, or inform on departmental business. However, this is guidance only and does not constitute a formal change to national planning policy. The letter states that there should be a pause in the introduction of new shared schemes that feature a level surface, and for the avoidance of doubt, a level surface is a design feature in which the level difference between the footway and the carriageway is removed. The letter does go on to say that this only applies in areas with relatively large amounts of pedestrian and vehicular movements. So keeping the government advice in mind, the applicant has conducted transport surveys. These surveys were done, 2 surveys were done at different times, one in spring between the 16th and the 22nd of April 2025, which included the Easter weekend, and in the summer between the 26th of June and the 2nd of July 2025. Both sets of results are summarised in the report. However, the following slides are just going to be focused on the spring movements, which resulted in higher pedestrian movements. So actually those numbers have come up quite small on there, but the surveys for the pedestrian movements showed that pedestrian movements is significantly high. It's peaking at around 50,000 per day along Petty Curie here, and a peak of 33,500 within the site boundary, which is this side of Market Hill. However, car movements are low, with an average of 245 motor vehicle movements plus 200 motorcycles per day. The area is under existing traffic regulation orders restricting motor vehicles within the area, and where there are greater vehicular movements along Market Hill and Wheeler Street, a vertical curb would be retained. Cycle movements around the loop is also somewhat limited, with a peak of 450. The highest peak is 500 on Guildhall Street, which is currently blocked to motor vehicles already. Again, where there's higher movements of cycles, so it's about 2,000 up here, the vertical curve will be retained. And these graphs show the trip profiles, show which times the transport movements were occurring. When pedestrians are included, it's not possible to spot the patterns because of the great kind of difference in number. So the bottom is when pedestrians have been taken out. So for larger vehicles such as cars or vans, they are higher when pedestrian movements are lower. In here. Although motorcycles and push cycles roughly follow the pattern of the pedestrians, which is the two greens. Based on the survey, officers consider that the ministerial letter does not apply in this instance, because whilst there is high pedestrian movements, other forms of transport are limited in number. However, it is accepted that some conflict will be created, with the risk being highest to partially sighted or blind people. So it was requested to get examples of successful and less successful shared surfaces. The applicant has raised Northampton Market as an example.
Hold on a minute, Charlotte. Hang on. Thank you, Richard. Okay, carry on, Charlotte.
So this is Northampton Market, which was completed in 2024. The market is classified as a pedestrian zone, with vehicles only permitted for loading before 10 a.m. and after 4 p.m, similar to the market. However, as you can see from the Google images from 2017, the market square was already flush in the carriageway. The local highways authority also raised that there is not enough data on safety due to how recent this is. Also from the applicant, our Chesterfield Market, which is similar to Northampton, had a flush surface beforehand and has similar pedestrianised times. Kingston upon Thames Market is an older example, and the applicants have stated that a review of road safety shows there have been no recorded personal injury collisions since this public realm improvement was made. And as you can see in this case, there was a vertical curb. So this is an example from the local highways authority, which is Exhibition Road, Kensington in London. So here we've got the Google Street View images from before the works in two different locations, quite a long street. Just after the works, yeah, and then more recently here. So you can see that significant street furniture needed to be added to demarcate the carriageway. A House of Lords referenced report called this street dangerous and architectural conceit. However, it is clear that there's a significantly higher number in vehicle movements when compared to Market Hill. And then the second example is Port Street in Stirling. Unfortunately, there's no before photo because the work was done prior to 2009. This scheme is referred to in a BBC report from 2008, in which it was stated that Guide Dogs for the Blind was seeking legal action against councils. It is also noticed as shown here that it's pedestrianised between 11 and 4. In addition to the flush surface, there's some concerns about the tracking diagram. So these are the tracking diagrams, and this is based on the reversal of the traffic of the Market Hill loop into the anti-clockwise direction. That would be needed to be confirmed by highways under a new traffic regulation order, which is separate to the planning process. So this side here, we have the refuge vehicle tracking. And although the wheels would stay in what is marked as carriageway, there would be some overhanging of the body. So transit vans, they can safely manoeuvre around the square. However, in order to make deliveries, a reversal manoeuvre needs to be done, which the local highways authority have concerns with. Finally, the 10-metre rigid van that Marks and Spencer's use here would clearly oversail, including the wheels, what is dedicated footway in this corner of Market Hill. Also, the trees, as they're currently positioned, do make for convoluted manoeuvres in this corner. There's no tracking for HGVs as they would not be able to manoeuvre around the loop in this direction, and they would be expected to deliver on Market Hill. And then quickly, cycle parking. There will be a loss of cycle parking within the red line. This is mostly along Pease Hill. However, this is offset by additional car parking being provided in close proximity but outside the red line, including St Mary's Street, underneath the overhang in Guildhall Street, just here, and then in Fisher Square. And so to conclude, in terms of concerns and issues, the proposal would result in a high level of less than substantial harm directly to the listed sets, a moderate level of less than substantial harm to conservation area and the setting of the listed steps and railings and fountain, a low level of less than substantial harm to the setting of nearby listed buildings, a low additional risk to highway safety, and loss of cycle spaces within the red line. On balance of that, looking at the benefits, it would create a significant improvement to the accessibility of the space, the reduction of visual clutter within the area, the removal of the concrete slabs on the listed surface, creation of a more flexible space, additional greenery with limited biodiversity net gain, and increased surveillance and seating. The officer recommendation is a finely balanced approval subject to conditions as outlined in the officer report and as amended on the amendment sheet. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Charlotte. Excellent report. So just to be clear with everyone, the way we do it now is we have questions of clarification from decision makers and members in the committee, and then we'll have speakers. So members, any questions of clarification on the report as given? Yes, Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, you mentioned that the demountable stalls haven't been fully realised yet. There are market towns surrounding Cambridge, all of which have 1 or 2 day markets, all of which have demountable stalls. Have any investigations been carried out to see how they operate?
Yes, they've been doing trials with some demountable stalls. They did some, I believe, last summer, but the traders were not happy with the quality of them. So the applicants team are going back and looking for more acceptable demountable stall. That's why the details haven't been agreed yet.
Do you want to come back, Councillor, or are you done?
Can you give us a time scale of when you'll be coming back with a fixed view?
So it has been conditioned that prior to any use of the demountable stalls, it's been agreed in writing by the local planning authority. I couldn't confirm the timescales from the kind of applicants team and where they are at that stage.
Okay, thank you.
We can cover that off maybe more in debate, if that's okay, Councillor Illingworth, if there's more to say on that. Councillor Griffin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Could you please return to the slide about the additional cycle parking that's beyond the red line, right? Was this included in the report? This information? I don't recall seeing this in the report.
Yes, I believe so. Not all the diagrams,
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
I think there's an explanation of the these numbers down here, which is the
So
difference.
I don't recognize these areas. Could you explain again where they are?
Yes, so on Guildhall Street,
Guildhall Street.
there is a kind of overhang of the building on the eastern side.
Okay.
Bring up that photo, 1 second.
I'm just concerned really with how far away these are from. Oh, there.
So
Okay.
that is officially outside the red line.
I see. Okay, so it's not that far from where they are now. Okay.
No. St Mary's Street is
Oh, right.
one
Okay.
here. And then Fisher's Court is here.
Oh, yes, the court with the sculpture in it in the middle. Okay, great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. So just to be clear with everyone, the pack that's online and also printed for us is not always identical to the presentation the officer gives. So we need to take both into account if that's the thing here, partly. But I appreciate your question. Thank you, Councillor. Any more questions, Councillors? I've got a couple. Councillor Todd Jones first.
Yes, I just wonder if you could return to the slide relating to the vehicle tracking movement. I think you mentioned something about the overhang in terms of how the vehicles will need to negotiate the area around the market square. Can you say a bit more about the extent of that overhang? Because that's, I think, pretty critical.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll probably defer to, we have a couple of highways officers with us today to kind of explain tracking a bit more better than I can. But just to explain, especially with the Marks and Spencers one, so the applicant's confirmed due to the loading bay in Marks and Spencers and the awkwardness that's of manoeuvring into that space, they been told they always use a banksman when using these bigger vehicles because it's how awkward it is. So they assume that in this case they would have banksmen out to help the vehicle move around the market. But in terms of technical information regarding trackings, I'll pass that to David or John.
Yeah, just try and be brief because it's just questions of clarification. We can always cover this off more in debate later, but yeah, thanks.
Yeah, the images show the vehicle tracking, and you basically have two outlines. You have the swept path of the body of the vehicle, which, as it's negotiating a bend, will swing out further than the wheels do. So there are two different areas shown on each individual track for each specific vehicle. So it's how much that vehicle. Does the wheel overhang the footway, or does the body, or do both overhang that area where the pedestrian is likely to be?
Okay, right. Councillor, yep. Yeah, so I'll just pick up a couple of things as well. So banksman or banksperson is the man or woman that walks with the vehicle to make sure it's safe with other pedestrians around the area. Just wanted to pick you up on a couple of things you said with regard to mil, so that's millimetres. So, and I just wanted you to clarify the difference in sets. So you said there were 20 to 25 mil and 0 to 8 mil, so that's 20 to 25 millimetres difference in height and 0 to 8 millimetres in height for the new ones. So what's that in inches, roughly? I'll tell you. So 25 mil is about an inch, and 8 is just over a quarter of an inch. A little bit over a quarter of an inch will be 6, and you said 8, so a little bit more than that, just so everyone's clear. My questions are, so with regard to heritage or harm, you use the word subjective on that. Now, often in committee, us councillors are informed or recommended to take the view of experts, and we're not the expert in any of these things, but can you just clarify that now, or do you want to leave that to debate later with the conservation officer? I don't really mind, whichever.
How do you mean clarify?
What do you mean by subjective?
Oh, that it's not a scientific process. It's not a definitive mark. It's using the expertise of our conservation officers and also in this case Historic England, and their knowledge that they take a balance of harm. Whether Christian can explain it better than I can in terms of what they look at is probably better. So I'll defer to Christian to explain it better than I can.
Okay, Christian, either briefly now or we can get into this in more detail later. I don't really mind, as I say.
Well, perhaps briefly at this stage, I could just elaborate on the difference between what we have two applications here. And we have the full application that we're talking about at the moment. There's also the listed building application. And the consideration of harm across those two will be somewhat different because simply of the widespread nature of the proposals in respect of the market square and the highways and so on, compared in the listed building application, which needs a separate decision, to the specific harm to the listed assets.
Yep, thank you. And my second of two questions of clarification is on the second point that you raised, the key issues, so highway safety. So on that letter, government informative, whatever it was called, just reading through that as you spoke, and you did sort of clarify that as you spoke. I just wanted to be clear in my own mind. It seems to me when I read that document, especially the bit at the bottom about high vehicular movements and high pedestrian movements in cities, that if you need both, if you don't have high vehicular movements, then the thing falls away, it seems to me. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how we understand it to be, and why we've come to the conclusion that in this circumstance, this letter is not relevant due to the low vehicle movements.
Right, okay, thank you. So if there's no more questions of clarification, yes, there is. Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, the TRO that covers delivery vehicles, I believe it runs from 8 o'clock, or no, 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Is that correct?
Stop a minute, Bob. So can officers move that screen, please, so members of the public can see it properly, and then we'll go back to you, Bob. All right, just... Thank you very much, Richard, all part of your legal practice. So great, thank you. And now carry on, please, Councillor Illingworth.
Yeah, the TRO for delivery vehicles, I think, is 10 till 4, excluded between 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock. That seems to me somewhat generous to delivery vehicles, and I believe in London, delivery vehicles in some places have to be done and dusted by 7 o'clock in the morning. But also in the evenings, when there's an event taking place, which the demountable stalls will have been removed, how will delivery vehicles be treated then when the square might be full of people up to, I don't know when, 10, 11 o'clock at night?
Thank you, Councillor. Charlotte?
So vehicles are stopped from entering Market Hill between 10 and 4, that's correct. Any changes to that will have to be done under a traffic regulation order, which is separate to the planning, and the applicant would need to apply directly to the local highway authority. In terms of events, and also in terms of if the market ends up spilling out onto the local highway, the applicant would need to get separate licences from the local highway authority, and during that there'll most likely be kind of ways of restricting traffic and that temporary nature. And David's nodding his head, so to confirm. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor. Are you done? Any more? Yes?
So can we make all that a condition, or is that just something we accept?
Charlotte?
There is a condition. Mary can find the wording to ensure that any changes to the TROs have been applied for and agreed with the local highway authority prior to the works beginning. Just checking the wording.
So we can get into this later. I've got some questions on TROs myself about them coming after this planning committee meeting, if they come at all, if we approve the scheme today or if we don't. So, but if you want to say anything, Charlotte, now.
So it's condition 7 that says no development within any part of the public highway shall commence until any necessary traffic regulation order have been made and are in force.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for bearing with on that. So it's the new way we do things now with questions of clarification. I think it works reasonably well, so we're all clear on the presentation. Now let's go to the important part with speakers. So first off, we've got objectors. So John and Katie Preston, you're there. Hello, hi. So you've got 6 minutes. Oh, sorry, I went over the page. Also Zoe Hardinge. Hello, Zoe. Yeah, so you've got 6 minutes between you. Hopefully you can work it between you. And we'll stop the clock between speakers so you make sure you get your 6 minutes. So, put the microphone on when you speak, please.
If James can alert me to 1.5 minutes, please, so I don't...
Yeah, we can do a little tinkle at 1.5 for sure. No worries.
I shouldn't take that long, but...
When you're ready.
In all my 50 years in planning, I've never previously seen an officer report recommending approval in the face of so many justified, wide-ranging and unresolved objections from consultees and well-informed third parties. I am shocked that the officer presentation hasn't covered these in more detail. I also want to raise the fact that some of what has been told is misleading. For instance, cycle parking. There's no mention of the cycle parking lost from the railings of Great St Mary's and St Edward's. But the key issue is the report wrongly excludes the two most fundamental issues. The demountable stalls, which are not a detail, they're fundamental to the whole scheme and still totally unresolved. And also the trader decant. That was the issue on which previous proposals founded. We have no proposals before you now as to how the trader decant will work or where it will go. That is vital. So the officer's conclusions and finally balanced recommendation are also incompatible with national and local planning policies as detailed in the submission from 6 Edward Street. There is no rational planning basis for approving this demonstrably premature application. Cambridge deserves better. Thank you.
Yeah, just carry on because we're stopping and starting, when you're ready to go. That's it. Thanks.
Hi, I'm here representing Cambridge Market Traders. Cambridge Market is one of the city's most important heritage assets, as stated in the report, and is almost unique in the UK as a 7-day-a-week outdoor market. It should therefore be celebrated and protected, not fundamentally altered in ways that risk its character and function. This application risks the irreversible loss of a unique heritage asset. Traders understand that maintaining the essentially open character of the market square is paramount to how the market functions, and that the proposed plans are essentially for a change of use. The introduction of permanent kiosks would create a completely different environment, removing the flexibility that allows stalls to be shared across the week. The shift to 5-year leases moves the market away from a traditional model and towards something closer to fixed retail units. In no way do the kiosks preserve or enhance the market's cultural heritage or character. There are also concerns about the balance of trade. Kiosks are particularly suited to hot food operators who can trade from smaller footprints than many existing retail traders. This risks shifting the composition of the market away from its current strength in retail diversity, which is a defining and unusual feature of Cambridge Market. Increased market vitality is listed as one of the factors for approval. In its current state, the plans do not create this. The new stores layout need for management plans for both the gazebos, which we're still waiting for a trial of 6 months after the date, and the surface maintenance needs to be addressed before planning is granted. Traders do not see how it is possible for even suggest an increase in vitality until all of these factors are sorted. Financially, these proposals put huge pressure on the future of the market. Temporary stores have been used twice before in the market's history. Both times the costs were so prohibitive that traditional stores were left in place. Ultimately, traders question how planning permission can be granted when the conditioned items hold the key to the project's success. These are not minor details, but fundamental to the market's future and should be fully addressed before any approval is given.
Okay, so just hold on a minute, stop the clock. So this is not a show. We're not at the theatre now. We're at planning committee. It's a quasi-judicial committee. I do not want any cheering, booing, clapping, anything like that, or we'll have to clear the room. Thanks. Carry on with the speakers, please.
Good morning. This city is rightly proud of its sustainability ethos and policies, as a part of which it's supporting a series of forum discussions on the resilience of several key sectors of our overall sustainability. In January of this year, I was able to attend the Resilience Web session on food, where the keynote speaker was Professor Tim Lang, Professor of Food Policy at London City University. He also founded the Cambridge Forum for Sustainability in the Environment. During the Resilience Web session, Tim Lang was excoriating on the huge holes within and failings of the whole of our national food system. He also acknowledged the vital importance of local networks, specifically markets. We've already seen during COVID just how fragile the just-in-time policies of our supermarkets are. Our market traders didn't miss a beat. They were there for us, supplying us with food when the supermarket shelves were empty. And being small and local, those market traders knew who their vulnerable customers were. As well as bringing produce into market, they organised deliveries out to all those people unable to come in. John and I saw them. Being small, local, nimble and flexible are all vital in times of crisis. With our global networks being put under threat from this war in Iran, for our future sustainability, we need our local, flexible, nimble networks for our food security. This means our traditional market. For the future sustainability of all the people of Cambridge, it would be a total dereliction of the duty of our councillors to demolish our traditional market. Please, you cannot vote for these applications that you know would demolish a key aspect of our future food sustainability.
Right, thanks very much. So now it's the supporter side. Where are they? So if they could come into those seats that you're in then, please, you objectors, if you can vacate those, please. Thank you very much. Thanks for your speeches. So I've got John Mason, Paul Belton and Ben Binns to speak. And that was under 6 minutes, was it, James? Yeah, so you get 6 minutes to speak. Right, okay, when you're ready then.
Morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Benedict Binns. I'm Assistant Director of Development for Cambridge City Council and project sponsor for the Civic Quarter. As long-term stewards of the market, we recognise that council investment and improvements are urgently needed. These proposals reduce traffic to the square, making it more pedestrian and cycle-friendly, and ensures the market continues to thrive. Current surface is in very poor condition with repairs and concrete infills across the square. The fountain is deteriorating and no longer serves as a focal point. Bins and compactors clutter the area and undermine the appearance of this important space. The uneven surface also prevents many people, particularly those with mobility challenges or wheelchair users, from accessing the market. There are also regular police reports of antisocial behaviour when the market is not in use at night. Change is needed. Despite these challenges, this is still a successful and much-loved market. We now have a once-in-a-generation chance to build on its strength and address long-standing issues and secure its future. These plans aim to deliver exactly that. If approved, the Council will also bring forward a further planning application to increase the public realm, Red Line working with GCP colleagues to make the city centre more pedestrian and cycle-friendly. Furthermore, we will improve the enforcement of existing traffic regulation orders and introduce new ones. These will reduce vehicle movements while maintaining essential services for blue badge holders, hearses, taxis, and other major deliveries. We know traders are concerned about disruption, and we've been meeting monthly to refine designs, operations and decant proposals, and have amended plans in response to their feedback. We assessed several city centre decant locations, and based on trader preferences and logistics, we will be submitting a separate application for a temporary market. You will have heard reference to the 2018 Conservative ministerial statement. Paul Belton will now explain why that does not apply to this application. I'm proud of these plans before you and hope that this committee will support this opportunity to secure the future of Cambridge Historic Market proposals so that this once-in-a-generation project can deliver its many benefits to our thriving city centre.
Good morning, members. As Mr. Binns has outlined, these plans follow extensive engagement with the public, traders, Historic England, highways and other planning officers. On highways, our vision is for a high-quality civic space that prioritises pedestrians and cyclists. Reference has been made to the government's ministerial statement from 2018 on shared surface spaces. As you will have seen, that statement relates to level surface areas with high levels of both pedestrian and vehicle movements, and importantly, also excludes pedestrianised zones. Market Square is a pedestrianised zone and sees only limited vehicle movements. The ministerial statement is not applicable to this application. Our proposal creates a high-quality civic space where pedestrians and cyclists are prioritised over the motor vehicle. While a curbed edge is maintained in areas with higher vehicle and cycle movements, such as Wheeler Street, a flush surface is proposed where daily vehicle and cycle movements are lower, i.e. around the square. Rather than preserving a designated carriageway for the small number of permitted vehicles, a flush surface allows a flexible, attractive public space that remains safe for all users. Other cities have implemented similar schemes since 2018. Northampton and Chesterfield are both being redeveloped with their market squares using shared surface layouts that maintain controlled vehicle access while delivering spaces designed around traders and visitors. And as you've heard, one of those examples has had that layout for many years. Cambridge deserves the same ambition. In response to the comments about Exhibition Road and Granary Square, Exhibition Road is a very busy road in London open to general traffic. It is not a pedestrianised road and an area like here. Granary Square is also not a public highway. These examples are therefore different, and they are critically not within pedestrianised zones. Our highways consultant has submitted further observations to the case officer on these examples, should that be helpful. Heritage has also been central to the design process. We propose to carefully lift, repair and cut the top 20 millimetres from each set before relaying them. The sample areas that have recently been installed show that this approach preserves the historic character of the square while significantly improving accessibility and safety. The new market stalls, developed with extensive trader and public engagement, combine fixed and temporary units. This provides on-site storage while allowing the square to be opened up for events when the full market is not trading. This will strengthen Cambridge's cultural offer and ensure the space feels welcoming and well used at all times. Our investigations for the temporary stalls are well advanced, and we're confident a high-quality solution will be found. These proposals put traders, visitors at the centre and will deliver a high-quality public realm Cambridge deserves. We therefore hope members will support this exciting initiative. Thank you.
Right, thanks so much. Now, ward councillors. So first up is Councillor Moore.
Thank you. So I'm Rosie Moore, Councillor for Coleridge Ward and the Cabinet Member for Climate Action and Environment, speaking in favour of the application. The market is the heart of the city centre, and the aims of this scheme are to ensure that the market thrives into the future and to provide an open, attractive and accessible square by preserving and enhancing its heritage assets, such as the fountain and the listed sets, whilst updating the facilities in our busy city centre. The basic infrastructure is in desperate need of renovation. As anyone who's been on the market will know, the flooring needs relaying to make it accessible for all residents, including those with mobility issues, whilst making it easier to keep clean. The proposal to lift, cut and relay the Victorian granite sets is felt to present the best balance of heritage, accessibility and appearance. We need new electrics to facilitate the changing market requirements so that hot food businesses can be put together rather than having to be spread out to stop the electrics blowing. The increase in the number of hot food stalls is in response to shopper demand, and the markets team maintain a balance of traders to ensure the market continues to thrive. The plan includes new lighting to improve the shopping experience for visitors to the market, whilst also helping to prevent antisocial and criminal behaviour, especially at night and in the early hours of the morning. New underground bins, seating areas, and following public feedback from the consultation, which received the highest numbers of responses to any consultation on the Council's portal, the design now also includes trees to introduce some nature to the square and provide shading in summer. All these proposals have been pretty much universally supported as needing to be done, but of course there have had to be trade-offs, especially in relation to the design of the stalls, both permanent and demountable, and the numbers of permanent stalls. The design in front of you today has been refined following much public engagement and trader feedback to include a mixture of permanent and demountable stalls. The traders would like the stalls to be a similar design to the current ones, but our public consultation showed that residents who responded welcomed the plans for a flexible and open space. The design for the demountable stalls has not yet been finalised, as has been mentioned, but a new trial is taking place in April, including with demountable stalls which will be fixed into the ground, making them more robust. Plus, it should also be remembered that demountable stalls are in use across Cambridgeshire, as is mentioned, in markets, but also in markets all around the world. Currently, as has been said, there isn't much traffic driving around the square, but it looks and feels like a road, so it doesn't feel safe or relaxing. The designs for a shared surface reflect our ambition of where we want the city centre to be for the next 50 years. So that means a modern design with a shared surface. As was highlighted in the introduction, the vast majority of movements on the shared surface will be pedestrians and cycles. And of course, we already have many of those shared surfaces in the city, such as the very length of Cherry Hinton Road, which is for pedestrians and cycles in my ward. At night, the market attracts antisocial and criminal behaviour, with people using the stalls to get up to all sorts of things, including drug dealing, using them as toilets, and much worse. In this new design, the permanent stalls will be locked off at night and the demountable stalls will be removed. The resulting open space will transform the city centre, especially on summer evenings when residents and visitors will be able to enjoy walking around a clean, open square with trees and an enjoyable public realm. I hope members will support the recommendation and approve the applications. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Right, we've been doing this item for a while. Do members want to take a quick break now or later? Now, yeah, okay, let's do one now then. So we're just going to have a 5-minute break for members to stretch their legs, go to the loo, and we'll come back to it. Members, please don't discuss the item while you're away, because we're still in the middle of an item. Thanks. Sarah, thanks. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Anyone listening online? So we're still in speakers on the Market Square item, the first one of the day, and we've just had Councillor Moore speak, and I've just been told that the remaining 3 ward councillors have given me their order they'd like to speak in, which is different to the one I've got, but that's fine, they're all in agreement. So Councillor Clough will be next, and then Councillor Bick, and then Councillor Power. So Councillor Clough.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Hugh Clough, Councillor for Newnham Ward. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this application. Until this last weekend, I had been focusing primarily on the risks of this £97.3 million project to the finances of the council and the successor unitary authority. And it is only on reading the officer's 90-page report that I started to become truly alarmed at what is being proposed for the Market Square and the public realm about the Guildhall. Clearly, I was already aware of the concerns, the acute concerns over the loss of permanent stores, but now I realise there are issues around risks at the raised table into Rose Crescent, the loss of cycle parking, trees blocking church windows, and the general obstruction of Peace Hill and cycle conflicts. Not to mention, everybody's been very quiet about the Voy and the other Deliveroo cycles running around. So I think I think these concerns now, I mean, on reading the report, I see that there's a series of substantial and significant objections from statutory consultees and other respected organisations. The Conservation Officer runs to 11 points, 1.3 pages. The County Active Travel objects, and the County Highways, it takes up 3 pages in the officer's summary of 29 points. Historical England, 1 page. Officer summary needs 11 points to deal with the Historic England. The Landscape Officer, while not objecting, raises serious issues, including location of trees in the front of the Guildhall. The Urban Designs Officer's objection runs to 3/4 of a page, and Design Review comments run to 3 pages in the officer summary. Cambridge past, present and future concerns run to 12 points. Camp Cycle also is concerned that access to the civic quarter will be worsened. So I understand why an application which faces so many criticisms has been put forward for approval. And the officer has to rely on proposing numerous conditions, a resolution by conditions. That is not the purpose of conditions. It is the duty of the committee to establish whether something can be properly built, not how it can be built. The applicant has simply not provided sufficient information for the application to be determined at this stage. So we've also heard about the ministerial letter. Well, I'm not sure that the issue of traffic vehicle conflicts has been really addressed. We are a cycling city, and in that cycling city, we have to recognise that we are completely different to many of the example places that have been quoted. There's huge scope for conflict in this proposal. When we look now also at the planning balance, and if you look carefully at the planning balance, you will see it manages to come up with 6 bullet points on the approval side, some of which are pretty weak, whereas on the other side we have 5 points for refusal, which are quite substantial. I think in this case there's been quite a struggle to establish a favourable planning balance. So if we now turn to, we've now turned to the areas of policy reach. For instance, paragraph 8 of the NPPF sets out 3 overarching objectives for achieving sustainable development: economic, social, environment. But the economic and social impact on market traders and local residents are wholly ignored. Section 7 of the NPPF stresses the importance of town centres and states that policies should promote their long-term viability and vitality and retain and enhance markets. Our market traders and market shoppers have made it painfully clear that the proposals will damage the viability and vitality of Cambridge traditional market and risk its retention. The removal of cycle parking adjacent to the market will seriously impact market shoppers with heavy loads, e.g. fruit, veg and other produce, and traders, so reducing the scope for sustainable shopping. Section 9 of the NPPF requires applications to give priority first to pedestrians and cyclists and to address the needs of people with disabilities and reduced mobility. Despite the importance of cycling as being a means of accessing the market square, the design access statement, pages 30-38, presents the bicycles as an obstacle and a constraint. Proposals explicitly used to get rid of bicycles from the market square. People who are both cyclists and have reduced mobility are utterly failed. Mobility is not just about people who need to use wheelchairs. Cycles provide freedom into later life, very much in Cambridge. You can get a long way on a cycle with a failing hip or a dodgy knee, as I know. It is wholly wrong that these are being designed out of the civic quarter. Policy 10, the city centre, seeks to provide facilities for pedestrians and cyclists, yet fails people who are cyclists and have reduced mobility. Policy 11, development in the city centre primary shopping area, states within the primary shopping area the loss of centre uses at ground floor level to non-centre uses will not be permitted, unless it can be demonstrated that the use is no longer viable. There is zero justification under Policy 11 for the proposal to reduce the trading area of the market square for the provision of either entertainment or cafes. Policy 11 also says that the daily market in the market square will be protected. But this damages the daily market in the market square according to the principal stakeholders, both traders, both traders and market shoppers. Policy 41, protection of business space, is clearly breached. This is due to the negative impact on market traders, which are small businesses with their own small-scale employment. The current 99 traders' business spaces are reduced in number, reduced in durability and permanence. They are also reduced in the area available for trading. We also have issues with Policy 55, responding to context, and in Policy 56, creating successful places is breached due to numerous serious deficiencies. 56A is breached due to the failure to provide successful integration of cycle routes in and around the market square. 56C is breached due to the failure to provide credible, durable, stable and effective stalls to act as frontages. 56G is breached due to the failure to provide plausible solutions to crime. And as has been mentioned by the officer in her report. 56I is breached due to failure to respond, it is 100% market square, not a multidimensional entertainment and cafe zone. Policy 50A is breached by adversely affecting the setting, character and appearance of the conservation area. Sorry, I need to turn over a page. Policy 67, protection of open space, is breached by harming the existing long-established character of the market as a protected open space, and mostly replacing the permanent stalls of the traditional market by an outdoor catering and entertaining space. Policy 80, which is supporting sustainable access to development, is focused on walking and cycling is highly pertinent and must not be ignored as it is at the moment. So Policy 82, parking management, states that the provision of good, high quality and easily accessible cycle parking is important to encourage cycling and also to reduce the theft of bikes. Like car parking, cycle parking should be designed into developments from an early stage. On the contrary, systematic design to this proposal systematically seeks to design out cycle parking, and it designates it as clutter. So I would like to say that both in terms of the objections made by highly respected statutory consultees and organisations, and on the policy level, this proposal, I would ask, should be rejected. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beck, next.
Thanks, Chair. Of course, the city centre is for everyone. For the record, it's also an area of the city that I and Councillor Porra actually represent, and it's in that light that I intend to speak. So I have two primary reference points myself for this application. The first is the need to affirm this area as the heart of a city centre that has relevance and drawing power for the wider city community, and those many beyond who visit it. Like high streets everywhere, this location is the subject of changing demands and expectations. One of the main ways of helping, I think, is to maintain, refresh, and improve the public realm so that it is a place which is attractive to do business, precisely including the market, and to dwell in for many other leisure and cultural purposes. In this respect, I believe that this application is on target and is the sort of investment we should be pleased an applicant is wanting to make. The second is to design out crime and antisocial behaviour. And you understand that's a particular concern as a ward councillor. The potential for this happens perhaps outside the times that a lot of the other mass uses occur, but it's often left over when they do occur. At those times, though, it has precisely the reverse effect of making the city centre inviting. Detritus is a cleansing challenge. The opportunity for covert illegal activity is a law enforcement issue, and it results in the gathering of people for all the wrong reasons. On this, I was actually surprised when I read the papers that a representation hadn't been sought from the police. But I think I know what they would be saying, that this application is on target too. And that is by virtue of the improved waste arrangements, the flattened surface facilitating cleaning, and the much discussed compromise, which was not where I started this journey, that compromise that half the square will be cleared when not in use, and the other half will be inaccessible when not in use. Aside from this, I'm very sensitive to the heritage issues here. It's vital we don't lose the baby with the bathwater in terms of what makes the character of the location special. But in updating the context that the public realm provides, I must say that I agree with the planning officer that any disadvantages of change are outweighed by the benefits. On the highways issues, I want to say that I am disappointed. When I read the representations from the local highways authority and the updates from the applicant, I felt that I was looking at a conversation that hadn't properly finished. I personally subscribe to the vision inherent in the application for a less structured, more walker-friendly environment and the innovation that would be necessary to achieve it. But I do feel that that has to be reconciled with the position of the statutory service provider when it's talking especially about the practical impact on safety. There are just so many loose ends here. I feel that the committee should have expected more of them to be resolved before today, leaving just the truly insoluble ones, some of which turn on really key items, such as addressing the different needs of vision-impaired people and physically disabled people to find a way that they are actually not in conflict, and that shouldn't be beyond our hopes, I think. And disputes over the actual level of the flow of cyclists in a mixed-use environment where we don't actually have a great experience elsewhere in the city, in Fitzroy and Burley Street, for example. And it isn't clear whether the rest of the scheme, its treatment of Guildhall Street and Pease Hill, will actually have an impact on increasing the flow of cyclists into Market Square. Given the nature and purpose of the scheme, I wonder whether these aren't examples of important enough issues to have it ironed out properly in advance rather than leave them to negotiations behind the scenes afterwards. And therefore, I think the committee needs to be really, really careful about these. And I assume that if they aren't satisfied, they have the option of deferring a decision today. I want one further issue to mention. York stone is undoubtedly a highly attractive material, and the inclusion of it makes any scheme seem upmarket at design. but the experience of it I see around the city is a broken York stone paving. It seems to be very prone to smashing, presumably under heavy goods vehicle tyres, which need to resort to pavements to avoid blocking other traffic for deliveries. And the Market Square is not immune from exactly that situation that you see in Market Street. This scheme seems to involve York stone almost everywhere, including the indicative carriageway. And I'm sure it will look great on day one, but is it sustainable to the actual use and where that it will get? Because it will be mainly judged by its durability over time. Who is going to make sure it will not be used if it's simply not right where it's proposed to be used? And in conclusion, Chair, I'd just like to say that the report in front of you in totality makes it graphic about the conflicting views people have of their city centre. It's written into every section of the report. There are people asking for diametrically different things. The city centre is something that everyone loves to have a view about. It can be the source of eternal discussion. But I think we need also to make sure that we don't leave the actual things that go on in the city centre somehow in the doldrums, defined by stagnation, depression and low spirits. I think that we have the potential to really restore a vibrant city centre. I think the application is really the basis of that. I think there are some significant issues, though, that do need to be resolved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Power.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I'm sitting as ward councillor today, and I should note we have discussed this with Councillor Anthony Martinelli, the third Market Ward councillor, but we thought you probably wouldn't want all three of us to make a speech. So he is supportive of what we're saying. So I've been involved with this project for quite a long time, as the ward councillor, working with the residents, the market users, the market traders, to try and bring forward something that balances the needs of the many stakeholders involved in this. And I strongly welcome the principle of development of this for the Market Square, better facilities for traders and residents and visitors in planning terms. And obviously for the non-planning related issues, we as ward councillors will continue to work with all the stakeholders, particularly around things like the decant during the potential closure and the final details of the works coming forward. But today is about planning approval and planning grounds, and purely whether this proposal meets the planning requirements. So that is what I'm going to focus on today. It's always tempting in these things to only go on about the negatives. I think there are a huge number of positives here. We've got the accessible surfaces. It's really not right at the moment that a wheelchair, and indeed a pram, I know when my child was younger, you don't really go on those surfaces. It's difficult in wearing heels, never mind anything else. It's not safe at the moment. And you can't clean it properly, particularly with the food usage on there. It's not ideal. We've also, with this proposal, have better extraction fluids for the hot food, because at the moment there are issues with smells drifting throughout the market. And I think, as Councillor Moore mentioned, because we have to spread them out because of the electricity load, that worsens it. So this will bring benefits. I know that there have been some consultees talking about having it entirely as an open space, but this was a long, drawn-out process to reflect the traders' requirements to have some permanent stalls. And I think that balance is reflected in this. And I welcome the fact that the traders' voices were heard in there, and that they're obviously the final designs of the demountables is still coming forward. I think it's good that there's going to be a very much more robust management plan. The council, I believe, the applicant will take responsibility for putting up and taking down the stalls, so that's not left to the traders. And the fact that it has storage on site, both for people in the permanent stalls, but also for the demountables to go. And things like the reversal of the traffic loop will allow unloading more easily for traders, which hopefully will reduce the traffic and the volume of people stopped there, because it will be quicker to get things in and out. And I do very much welcome the priority of pedestrians over vehicles. I mean, that's something I think in planning terms and just in active travel terms that I would hope everyone would subscribe to. We have talked a bit about cycle parking. There are railings parkings, but those are not official parking spaces. And I always have concerns in terms of blocking the public highway when things are chained to railings. So I would welcome a better provision, though I do accept that there is a balance, that some of it will be slightly further away. But the railings ones are not official, so they can't really be counted at the moment. The underground bins will be a huge improvement. I mean, it's not a thing of beauty at the moment, some parts of the market, with the big compactors and the waste. So those would be really much more impressive and would give more space for the traders and for circulation if we can get those facilities underground, along with the better facilities, lockers and toilets for the traders, which we've been very keen to support. Also, obviously, if the Guildhall, which you're considering later today, is approved, there will then be public toilets right on the market square for non-traders to use, which is a welcome benefit. And I think really importantly, the public realm, it's cluttered, it's messy, it's dirty, there's antisocial behaviour at night, and occasionally during the day, unfortunately. So this design will resolve that. However, there are still concerns, which I know you'll need to weigh up in the planning balance, and Councillor Bick has touched on those. It is disappointing to see the highways issues, and disappointing that they haven't really been resolved. But I would note that, for me, pedestrians should always take priority, over cycles as well. I mean, the traffic hierarchy, LTM 120, is pedestrians, then cycles, then other vehicles. So anything that improves that is great, but it is disappointing that that hasn't been fully overcome yet. However, this is a confined space. There are conflicts already. It's not particularly well signed. There's not great wayfinding at the moment either. So again, I suppose it's for you to decide if this represents a betterment to what we've already got at the moment. I think the flush surfaces are really important for accessibility, but I do note the concerns about those with visual impairments, and I think the committee would need to be very confident that the conditions around wayfinding are robust enough to address your concerns. And the HGV access, it's not ideal now. We have HGVs driving around the market, reversing on and off. I think we're going to have to make sure that that is addressed, but I do have concerns about some of the tracking details. And as Councillor Bick says, I think that is something you will need to take seriously and decide whether you're happy with that, or if not, whether you defer to ask for more information. It's also disappointing that the applicant hadn't got the sets in really good time, so that Historic England could have perhaps looked again at their assessment of the harm, and I understand why they've made that, but obviously, again, it's all coming in a bit too close to the deadline. And I do absolutely agree with Councillor Bick, the York Stone is something I would hope planning members might ask the officer about. It's really beautiful, but you can see if you just walk up outside Boots, as soon as an HGV goes over it, it splits. So we'd have to be absolutely confident that that is properly built in with robust foundations, or if necessary, replaced with something else that may be less visually attractive, but won't incur huge costs and obviously the damage to people tripping over them. And the same with the tree pits. I think there's a condition to protect those, but we do need to make sure that the trees work with the landscape and not against it. So for me, there isn't really a do-nothing option here. The market square is not a beautiful place at the moment. The stalls are failing, the electrics are not robust. We need to have a better environment for our traders. And there's always going to be some harm when you're taking up and changing things. That's inevitable. But for me, there isn't a do-nothing option either. Leaving it as it is doesn't serve the city centre's purpose at all. So I suppose it's obviously a balance for yourselves on planning between making the public realm more accessible, enhancing, generally removing street clutter, but you need to be confident that the mitigations are in place to make sure that the harm is outweighed by the benefits. So I think I'm offering qualified support, certainly to the principle of development, but I do hope that you'll be satisfied, if you were minded to approve, that those particularly highway objections and the finer details of things like the paving can be properly conditioned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Members, it's us now. So that was quite a long presentation and quite a lot of public speaking, so I hope you remember the presentation, members. And in this particular case, it might be useful just to bottom out any things that were said by the speakers to make sure we all understand that. I don't know if you had any questions. I know I do, members. I don't know if there's any lights on. So firstly, actually, before I get to that, I'll just say that several of the speakers, so John Preston spoke about unresolved objections, Councillor Moore spoke about the stalls not being finalised, Councillor Clough spoke about insufficient information to be determined today, Councillor Bick talked about loose ends and actually mentioned the concept of deferring, and so did Councillor Power in terms of deferral. So as a member of Planning Committee for several years now, I've never been keen on deferring, but rather sort of we got it on the table, let's make the decision, that's our job, decision makers, but if we do need to defer, keep it in your minds, and if we need more information, we can always do that, that's a possibility, even though it's a minor item. So in terms of what's been said, I don't know whether we want to go through some of that or not. It's going to take a while, but quite a lot of things have been said. Do you have any questions about any of that? I mean, for example, Councillor Clough raised a whole load of policies that he quoted. I don't know if we want to just touch on those at all, just to be clear for us. Is that a useful thing, do you think, Charlotte or Stephen? Stephen.
Chair, I think Councillor Clough listed a large number of policies in the local plan, but I think without exception the policies listed were effectively required a subjective judgment around impacts or the effects of a proposal. I think it is open to interpretation for you, and indeed the report engages with the principle of this development, which goes to the heart of a number of the points that Councillor Clough raised, and indeed other speakers have raised, about whether or not the principle of redeveloping the square is acceptable, and the Market Square and component particularly as an area of open space. I think in the report we found that it fits comfortably within the policy in terms of the principle of doing something to the Market Square, and I think that would probably be the only element of policy which you're invited to consider whether or not that is right or wrong. I think the other comments from Councillor Clough on the policy and indeed the NPPF, I think Councillor Bick referred to or Porra referred to the movement hierarchy, for example, which are referenced in the adopted local plan policies and which start with pedestrians, then cyclists and wheeled vehicles and so forth, and finish with private cars. So I don't think there's anything that we would say is inconsistent with the assessment in the report. It's a matter of judgment for members about how they approach those particular matters in terms of the weight they give them.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. I hope you don't mind me, Charlotte, going straight to Stephen there. You're the boss here, you're the case officer. Did you pick up anything at all that's been said? No? Okay. Let's get straight into debate then, members. So I'd like to be led by you, as usual. There are the main issues that were raised by the case officer some time ago about heritage impacts and the harm from heritage impacts, and highways issues, I think, were the main two, although highways are sort of stretched out to very component parts of highways issues. Councillor Griffin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of the speakers. I've been a councillor for about 3 years, and during that time I've gained a huge amount of respect and appreciation for our planning service. I think the planning service does a remarkable job. But I must admit I'm a bit disappointed by this application in that, well, it's just to echo Councillor Bick, there are just too many loose ends. And there are so many important things that are left to conditioning that I feel very kind of put upon almost to make decisions that should have been worked out long ago. And again, as Councillor Poor said, the sets were only done this week, finished on Monday, and did this give people enough time to respond to those? So again, I'll echo some comments that have been made that this seems a little premature, a bit rushed. Too many things are left to be resolved, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. And I would like to have maybe some response from the planning officer on that.
Thank you. Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I do echo some of Councillor Griffin's comments, but can I say, I think we probably do all welcome that the principle of redeveloping the Market Square and improving the public realm is at the heart of the matter, but we do have to get it right. My main concern, there are a number of objections here from, I think, key consultees, including County Active Travel, Historic England and the Urban Design Officer. But for me, it's the highways concerns that are raised that are critical. And as often been referenced by yourself, Chair, and ourselves, it is the expert opinion from professional officers who come and present to us is really important. And so those consultee comments, I think, are really critical. If you refer to the report, a couple of things I'd like to raise, and I'll be very grateful to hear some comments from the highways representatives who are here today. But I note there's a comment regarding a road safety audit, and this refers to vehicle tracking, which was raised earlier. Apparently that's not complete and not compliant, so I'd like some clarification on that as well. The expert view is that no evidence has been provided that the traffic regulation orders requested are acceptable, feasible or achievable, and that planning permission may be unimplementable as a result of this, and the situation is not acceptable according to the Highway Authority. So again, I would like further comment on that. Most of these comments are in section 6.15, 6.16 of the report. I also note in 6.21, the swept path analysis, safety of pedestrians and vulnerable road users. Again, the proposals put forward are not considered to be acceptable to the local highway authority. And in 6.25, reversing manoeuvres into the market are unsafe and unacceptable. And I agree with many of the comments that have already been made. There are just too many unresolved issues, particularly for me from the highways perspective. And I am a bit surprised that this application has come forward with so many unresolved issues and loose ends, as been mentioned. Personally, and I take your point about our preference is probably not to defer items, but for me, I think this item does need to be deferred so that we can get a little bit more engagement between the respective parties, highways in particular, but others too, in terms of bringing forward something that I think would be more acceptable. As I said right at the outset, it's really important that we get this right. This is a critical feature of Cambridge City and its centre. It's a vital part of the city and how it functions, and I think it's really beholden on us to make sure that we get this as absolutely right as possible, and I don't think the proposals currently forward today do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more? Yes, Councillor Illingworth.
It's clear that the Market Square does need attention. I don't think anybody disagrees that, quite frankly, it's a bit of a mess at the minute. And I think the proposals before us today address, I don't know, 85, 90% of the issues around the market, but we have identified, as previous members of the committee have said, there are some loose ends, especially to do with the TROs, and possibly with the paving. So it's, somebody mentioned earlier, it's a once in a generation event, this. So I am moving, I think, towards going to suggest that we defer it, because we're deferring maybe for a couple of months when we're talking about 50, 60 years worth of improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard.
Thanks. I just want to pick up on comments that are made about antisocial behaviour. I mean, from my point of view, it may well be a policy we can attribute it to, but it doesn't really impact the planning balance. But more to the point, for me, I don't think that would solve any issues of antisocial behaviour. I think it would just displace them. And I'm not a particular fan of gating to avoid antisocial behaviour. Definitely, my sense is that would just displace any behaviour that has become habitual somewhere else, either in the city centre or elsewhere. So that's a much deeper problem to solve socially in the city that isn't about a planning committee. But I was also concerned to read the Historic England comments. I know that's now somewhat been mitigated by hopefully extra information from the tests, but as Councillor Griffin's pointed out, that was quite late. And then the other point, policy 10.0 for Oscar, is set out improvements to the public realm around the Market Square in order to make better use of this important civic space, which of course this application attempts to do. But then I'm confused why there's still so much acrimony in the market trader community. If it's a new market and it's being improved, then surely all the market traders should be happy and very keen to support the improvements that are brought. So clearly I think there's still some more work to do in terms of bringing in all the relevant parties who have a stake in this beautiful space.
Right, thanks, Councillor. So let's not turn this debate into a discussion whether we defer or not. That's another matter altogether. But thank you for that. And I will ask the case officer to reply to those questions. And if we do, I think what I normally do with deferral suggestions, which I made, by the way, so I'm in it. So is we have a bit of a debate first, and if we want to go to deferral, someone can propose it, and we'll second it, and then we'll have a vote. But I don't want to leave the debate aside and just defer anyway, unless you're all keen to do that straight away, which I don't think you are from what I've heard so far. So all I wanted to do now is just go back to Charlotte and get some responses to what's been said so far. But also, I just wanted to add another question in on the back of what's been said so far. One of the main parts of the debate at the moment is the difference between what the applicant is saying and what Highways is saying. I think that's a significant aspect. And that's been talked about, I think that's been paraphrased as unresolved issues or stuff like that. So I see it could be also called conflict or a difference of opinion. And we do get that in planning sometimes between applicants and often what the council officers are saying. So we need to be clear, I think, Charlotte, if it is a difference of opinion, because if that is the case, we might not get anything different come back in a deferral. We might just get the same thing, but maybe I'm wrong there. So it'd be helpful to have that sort of guidance as well, please. So Charlotte.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I would say there's a difference of opinion in terms of highway concerns, particularly with the flush level surface. There's been about 2 years of pre-application discussions between the local planning authority, including the local highway authority, with the applicant. And throughout the time, the issue with the level surface has always there's always been a disagreement there. The local highway authority made it clear to the applicants their concerns, with the applicants raising to the local highway authority why they have a difference of opinion. And I think that's more or less it in terms of unresolved issues. Whether Stephen wanted to jump in.
Yeah, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I think there are two differences of view in that space, in my view. The first relates to the appropriateness or not of the flush, in other words, non-curved treatments, which relates to issues around definition of the highway and clarity around that. And you've heard some of the arguments for and against in terms of accessibility. There is a second issue, though, which relates to the safety of the alignments that are resulting from this and the vehicle swept paths, which I think is the other element of a safety concern, which the Highway Authority have got firm views on, and which, picking up your point of deferment, I don't think will be overcome if the pathways remain the same. I mean, we might seek from highway officers whether that is their view. There are other comments from the Highway Authority that we've included in the report about the role of traffic regulation orders and the preeminence of a planning decision in advance of that. I think my comments about that would be that from a planning committee, that there isn't a sustainable reason for refusal on that basis. And although I think practice has been to seek to try and resolve TRO-related concerns alongside the planning process, they are separate legal processes, and as the Highway Authority has been really clear, they do not fetter, a planning decision would not fetter the Highway Authority's ability to form a view in that space, and clearly would render the scheme in front of you undeliverable without those changes to the order. But I think there are two elements in my view. The approach to the design, and you've seen examples on the screens of other sites, other locations. You can all recall I was in Lime Street in London just 2 days ago. Examples of flush treatment surfaces in a number of different contexts, including in market squares. That is a trade-off in terms of the implications for visually impaired people particularly, and accessibility that you've heard about in terms of the difficulties of navigating different forms of gradation for physical impairment. But I think there is a separate issue which is important to probably hold in your minds when we think about this, which relates to the safety concerns that are also engaged by the swept path analysis and the assumptions about vehicle manoeuvring.
Right, thanks, Stephen. Anything to add to that, Charlotte? Are you good with that? Okay, good. So, members, we're already 2 hours into this meeting. We've got other applications to decide as well. Do you want to say any more in terms of debate now, or do you want to explore this option of deferral now? Councillor Griffin?
I would like to propose that we defer this application.
Seeing some nodding as well. Okay, so the proposal's on the table. Seconder for a proposal? Councillor Todd Jones. Okay, let's have a vote then. So all those in favour of deferral. And hang on a minute, just before we do that. So we're deferring on the basis that we can sort of do what we like as members in terms of deferral. In theory, it's nice to defer to get more information. And I think we can get more information out of this scheme, probably. But we'd also be hoping that the applicant would work with the consultees to get a better outcome for us to make a decision on. Is that fair, members, officers?
That sums it up very nicely.
It would be helpful to clarify those areas for further that the committee would like to get further discussion or understanding around, because it would clearly, you've heard a wide range of views from a wide range of stakeholders, but it would be helpful to narrow down, if possible, the reason for deferral.
Yeah, fair. So reasons for deferral. So Councillor Griffin, you look like you were going to say something.
Well, there are quite a few. Are we going to go through them all here?
List them, yeah.
Well, certainly the highways issue. The loss of cycle spaces, this is the first time I've actually seen a design of the proposed new cycle spots, so that was something new. The fact that the sets were, the new sets were done so late in the game, I think that's an issue. Okay, that the people who are interested in that issue didn't have time to respond. I'll just leave it at that. Let me think about it for a moment more, and maybe Mike has something more. Councillor.
Any other members? Councillor Howard.
Yeah, I'd like a deeper understanding of why there isn't support in the market trading community, and what other aspects would be needed to make renewed new designs of stalls palatable to, if not every single person, more than 95% of market traders.
Okay, so what the risk? I'm hearing murmurings from officers, but maybe they're going to talk about the thing I'm thinking about. We're running the risk here of questioning aspects of the scheme and the presentation that may have come to light later in the debate, but we're looking to sort of curtail debate now. But Richard, you look like you wanted to say something on those comments from Councillor Howard.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think it was just the danger of, as we say, with deferral, it's good to be able to give sort of achievable results, as in the purpose of a deferral, which is good that we're going through now. I think in terms of attempting to redesign the scheme or go out and seek further a sort of wish list from the public is not appropriate as to where we are with in the planning application process.
Stephen?
Just to maybe perhaps to assist members, if there's something specific within the planning application that you would want us to use the deferral time to explore, you can articulate that. But we have heard, as the legal officer has said, we've heard a wide range of views about concerns about management and the kind of interim arrangements whilst the works were carried out, the implications on decant and so forth, which are issues way beyond the planning process. The planning process is concerned with the physical form of the proposal in front of you. I think there is an element in which, if there's further clarification that can be provided on the temporary market stalls, that is something that we can seek to try and work on with the applicant, and the applicant will have an obligation to engage potentially with the market traders. But I think it's important to narrow it down to the frame of what the proposal is in front of you, and those elements that in many respects are outside of your material planning considerations that you have.
All right, thanks, that's useful. So, Councillor Griffin?
Just to say, to echo some of the comments made here today, that it seems like there's so much in the conditioning that is crucial to this application, and that we would expect as members of this committee, we'd expect these things to have been worked out before we have to consider this application. Okay, so that's why, and I think you're in the planning service. You know what we mean.
Okay, there. Okay, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, just to say, I mean, regarding highways, I mean, it's referenced in the report that there is an understanding that in terms of the highway safety issues, they cannot be mitigated by condition. They do come to some extent to the heart of the matter. And a couple of specific things, which I think referring to those unresolved issues that have been mentioned. I mean, 6.16, I referenced the road safety audit before, but there's a comment here that without a compliant road safety audit process, design cannot be considered safe or robust, and the Highways Authority does not have assurance that development would not result in harm to the travelling public. That's one of those unresolved issues that I think needs further discussion. And likewise, under 6.21, the 900 millimetre width shown in the swept path analysis for vehicles travelling along Market Hill West cannot safely accommodate a wheelchair user, people using walking aids, two pedestrians passing, or pedestrians sharing space with cycles. This is unacceptable, etc. Again, you know, we're not looking at redesigning whole scheme, but I think there are elements here that we could look at a resolution between us as a planning authority and the Highways Authority, and that's kind of two specific things I think are a concern and need further discussion.
All right, thank you. Can't see any more hands up. So I think what we've got here is an early in the debate request to defer, and you know, if we do defer, we can come back and then we can ask questions of case officers and consultees about the questions we've raised now. We've not had much of a debate today, but hey, that's what happens sometimes. So I think we're just going to have to go to the vote on a deferral, see what happens there. If we do choose to defer, then we'll just have to do that and come back for a future meeting of this committee. So we've had a proposer and a seconder. So the proposer was Councillor Griffin, the seconder was Councillor Todd-Jones. All those in favour of deferral?
3 support deferral.
Yeah. Is against?
2 against.
2 against. So that's carried. So the item is deferred to a future meeting of this committee to be confirmed. And because we're deferring this item, the way we're doing this debate, you might not have noticed in the past, but when we have a list of building consent items, they follow on from the previous item. So that means that that item too will be deferred to a future meeting of this committee. And that means that we've got the following 4 items to decide after that. Now, it's just after 12 o'clock now, so I think the best thing to do will be to break for lunch, and then we'll come back after lunch and do the rest of the items on the agenda today. So it's now the 12:10, so if we come back at, what's that, 12:45, is it? No, 45? I can't quite work it out. 12:10, 12:20, 12:55, I think, is that right? Yeah, 12:55 for the afternoon session of Planning Committee. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, we've got to take a slide then. So, welcome back after lunch. So, next item of the day is item 6, Guildhall. It's the full application. So, we've got speakers. So, objectors Michael and John. So, John was a late addition, but I understand that Michael was expecting 3 minutes anyway. The total is 6 minutes for the two of you, so that should still work, because we had one pull out. Supporters are Payne, John Nates, Burton, Councillors Smith, Simon Smith, Councillor Porrer, and Tong, but not in that order. I've got the order here, which is Smith, Tong, Porrer, and Bick, that order. Right, okay, so when you're ready then, Charlotte, please.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. So this application is seeking the full planning permission for the refurbishment of and extensions to the Guildhall, including the installation of roof plant and screen and addition of solar PV panels. Just a reminder, this is the full element, so only dealing with external changes. Any internal changes will be covered under the listed building application, which is decided separately. The application is before committee as the site is under ownership of Cambridge City Council, who are also the applicants, so it's a Regulation 3 application. In terms of updates, there was one additional third-party comment. The additional concerns raised were regarding misleading visuals due to the sun being shown on the north side of the Guildhall, additional overshadowing from plant screen and no assessment of this within the report, and lack of justification for plant screen. Okay, so the application relates to the Guildhall, which is located to the south of Market Hill. It's surrounded on all sides by public highways of Market Hill, Guildhall Street, Wheeler Street, and Pease Hill. The site includes 2 separate Grade 2 listings, the Guildhall and then the Victorian former public library and town/hall assembly, known as the Large Hall. Presently, the chamber and committee rooms remain in council use. The ground floor offices are in use by Alia Future Business Centre, and the small and large halls are used for events. The upper floors have mostly been vacated. However, they are used by a small member of council staff as and when necessary. There is also an existing tourist information centre on the Pease Hill side. The site lies within the city centre, primary shopping area and historic core conservation area. It lies within the setting of numerous listed buildings, including the Grade 2 star Church of St Edward, King and Martyr, and the Grade 1 Church of St Mary, and number 5 Market Hill. The site lies within flood zone 1 and is not at risk of surface water flooding. So just some images. So on the left are images from the applicant's design and access statement. It's showing the existing cycle store, existing bin store, and one of the atria. And on the right, we have some Google Street View images, clearly showing the front. This is the view from Bennett Street towards where you can see the large hall. And then from Pease Hill, you see the existing, just about see the existing 4th floor here. So moving on to the proposals, these are the existing and proposed floor plans. Just a reminder, under this full planning, only external changes are considered. But just to point out, there's a small extension here, the basement level. The majority of the cycle storage is here. These are just the plans for the 1st, 2nd and 3rd floors. And then the 4th floor and roof plan. So this would be the extension here with the rooftop plant over here, and the roofs that are marked in orange, they'll be re-roofed and then solar panels being added here. So these drawings just show more clearly how the building would be used following development. So at the basement, you've got the shared cycle store. Here we've got meeting rooms for council use. Here's the wellness space, which would be used for commercial offices. Got some plant. Ground floor, it would remain mostly within the council use. The customer service centre would be here in yellow, and the entrance to the commercial offices here. First floor roughly remain as it is, being used for democratic purposes, with some office space for council staff. The second floor would be split between council staff and commercial, and then commercial office space on the third and fourth floor. So these are the elevations from Market Hill and Pease Hill. Market Hill, you can see the rooftop plant here. And then from Pease Hill, you've got the rooftop plant again and the extension here. And then from Wheeler Street and Guildhall Street, the extension is here. And rooftop plant and screen here. Guildhall Street, rooftop plant, and then you can see the solar panels here. Just some sections for you. So looking into the proposals a bit more detail, so the fourth floor extension is proposed to the rear of the western wing of the Guildhall. It would span for a maximum depth of 30 metres and have a width of 7.6 metres. It would be set in from the edge of the roof by 1.4 metres, and it would have a height of 4.2 metres, measuring 21 metres above ground level. The form of the extension would follow the existing built form, including the curved wall in the southwestern corner. It would be clad in bronzed aluminium cladding. Just some visualisations for you, CGI mock-ups and examples of the bronze panelling. So in terms of the rooftop plant, it will be located on the front part of the existing main roof. The screening would run along the edge of the building facing Market Hill, Guildhall Street, Pease Hill, and then partially at the southern edge in here. It would be set back from the inside edge of the parapet by 0.7 metres. The screen would have a maximum height of 2.4 metres, projecting 2 metres above the existing parapet. It would result in a maximum height of 23.2 metres above ground level. The screen will be an anodised aluminium and louved. And just here we've just got some coloured and CGI images. So also proposing to create 2 atria. So as you can see, the plan is to punch through at ground floor level down into the basement. This is where the lift will also be. Create stairways down. There will also be a roof covering, a glazed roof covering the top of the atria. This is the one kind of this side, and this one is this side. And here just some artist impressions of what they'd look like on this side, with some examples taken from the applicant's design and access statement here. Some images of Lambeth Town Hall, on this side, and these two are photos, officer photos from the visit which some members joined in February 2025. Just to touch quickly on cycles, so the development would provide 166 cycle spaces, the majority of which would be located in the basement. There would be 102 cycle spaces in the basement in the form of double stacking cycle racks and Sheffield stands. 5 cycle parking spaces on the ground floor would be provided for non-standard cycles. Those reaching the Guildhall by cycle would enter at the rear entrance at the Wheeler Street, Guildhall Street junction. A wheel ramp would be added to this set of small steps for people to then access the cycle lift here, which comes out here with the door facing that way, so someone can push their cycle in a forward motion, both entering and exiting the lift. Otherwise, people can come up this way. There's a small set of stairs here and here, and a ramp for those unable to use the stairs. So the ramp would have a gradient of 1 to 13, which would replace the existing 1 to 5 gradient ramp. So the bin store would be relocated internally to the lower ground floor to provide an increased space for the storage of bins. Sufficient bins would be provided for the Guildhall and the 2 commercial buildings of the Giggling Squid and Sticks and Sushi. The management of the waste is to remain similar to the existing situation, and the bins would leave the building as they currently do at the back entrance. You've just got some final artist CGI images of the proposal. To summarise the sustainability benefits, the application has applied the EnerFit principles. It has the potential for the UK net zero carbon building standards. It's aiming for the achievement of 5 BREEAM Watt 01 credits. The solar panels are estimated to create over 78,000 kilowatt hours per year. And in total, it will consume 65% less energy than the existing building, with a 55% reduction of water use. So due to the building's constraints, there would be some shortfalls. For example, the solar panels would fall slightly short of 85,000 hours a year for the UK net zero carbon building standards. However, there's an allowance due to the constraints of the building. Also, some comfort cooling would be required, for example, in basement rooms or heritage spaces where natural ventilation would be limited. Regardless of the constraints, the sustainability measures and targets are ambitious and will result in a significant reduction in energy and water consumption. The applicant is committed to connect into the city heat network when this project comes forward. And whilst benefiting from the heat network, the Guildhall would also be able to contribute to it. So the key issue with this application is in regards to heritage harm. So as explained earlier, the MPPF refers to heritage harm as less than substantial harm, and total loss. There's no definition of the different levels of harm. And paragraph 215 shows where less than substantial harm is identified, the MPPF allows for public benefits to outweigh the harm. So in terms of impact on the conservation area and impact on the listed buildings, it's considered the plant and screen would have a moderate level of less than substantial harm. This is somewhat outweighed by the positive and enhancement of the removal of the telecoms equipment up here. So the net heritage impact is low to moderate, less than substantial harm. So we talk about probably this part. So in conclusion, the proposal would result in a low level of less than substantial harm to the listed building and conservation area. However, there would be a significant reduction in energy use, water use, improved accessibility, and additional cycle parking. The officer recommendation is approval subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. So speakers? Yes, James.
Just in case I missed it, Chair, may I just check, was the amendment sheet referenced?
Charlotte?
Was the amendment sheet referenced? I think there was
Yeah,
some
I
updates on
mentioned
it.
that at the start. No conditions were changed on this one.
Everyone get that? Condition? Yep. Okay, good. Right, speakers. Okey doke. Objectors, Michael, and then John. So. Oh, yeah. Questions of clarification? Members, anything? Councillor Illingworth.
Just a small point. You're taking the telecoms equipment off the front of the building. Are they being relocated elsewhere on the roof?
And Charlotte?
Not on the roof, no.
Anything else? I've got a couple. So the screen, I wasn't quite clear whether it was perforated or reflective, in terms of reflecting the sun in a bad way, or whether perforation would be good. And the Historic England representation seemed a little bit convoluted, but maybe we can get to that in debate. I'll leave that for now, because I can pick that apart later, perhaps that's okay. But the screen, anything to say on the screen? If you're not sure, we can pick it up later. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll try and find out. It's iron-dized aluminium, but I'll find out about reflectivity.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do that later then. Okay, right. No more questions, clarifications. So we go to speakers. So as I say, sorry about that, chaps, for holding you up. So Michael and then John. And the total
Can I just clarify, Chair? In fact, Michael is registered to speak primarily in relation to the interior. So if you could take the list of building consent application, and I'll speak in relation to the full.
Well, there's time to speak on both items, so you can say your piece now and later if you want, or just later if you want to. It's up to you. It's your call.
In which case,
If I may.
If you budge up a bit then, John, that's it. Yeah. Okay. There should be plenty of time for both of you.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Chair, I speak on behalf of Cambridge Past, Present and Future. In late summer last year, it was announced that £50 million of public money was earmarked for improvements to this Guildhall building, sufficient to achieve the stated aim of transforming it into an accessible and inclusive public building, serving both its citizens and visitors. Sadly, those intentions seem to have been lost in translation when passed from elected councillors to officers and designers. On 5th January, we submitted a detailed response highlighting the proposal's many missed opportunities. 8 weeks later, the Civic Quarter team wrote that they were not aware of any missed opportunities. It seems that they had not even considered our response. What are these missed opportunities? Well, the City Council does very little for our visitors, and they now intend to evict the Tourist Information Centre. We suggest that instead, as well as the information centre and shop, there should be an events booking desk and an exhibition area. This could be between the front entrance and the level entrance at Pease Hill. The 2 superfluous stairways could be removed, creating an open area celebrating what Cambridge has to offer. and there are others. For example, the first floor could extend to the central balcony, enabling much better use of it for local and national celebrations, and correcting a fault in the design of this, frankly, mediocre grand public building. You, members of the Planning Committee, have two choices: either to accept the officer's recommendation, in which case you will be giving a green light to spend a large amount of public money on limited public benefit, or to postpone the decision and direct the Central Quarter team to revisit opportunities and improve the proposals. Our hope is that you councillors will show some of the courage of Norwich, who have enabled the wonderful transformation of the interior of their Grade 1 listed castle, making it a building that their citizens can rightly be proud of. Please take heed. And just one question: have the Civic Quarter team considered the submissions from non-statutory stakeholders? There seems to be little evidence of them having done so, and yet we really want the Civic Quarter projects to be successful, and we are also very well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Preston. I actually worked in this building for 23 years. I've been involved in organising events in it, in large and small halls and elsewhere. I know it, I love it. I'm very keen to see the best possible use made of it. I would echo some of what Michael has said in terms of the potential and the need to do more. I have specific queries in relation to the large and small halls whose potential could be made better use of, putting less pressure on this space. But in relation to the planning application, I have one particular query, and it's my representation in relation to the misleading representation of the north side of the Guildhall, which appeared again in what you've seen just now, where sunlight was shown coming across the north face of the Guildhall. Over the time the Civic Quarter has been proposed, I've actually tried to find sunlight coming over the north face of the Guildhall. I have managed to take a photograph at 8:05 on the 23rd of June, but that's 8:08 p.m. That's about the only time it reaches. So everything you've seen and been presented with, in all of the publicity showing sunlight on the north face of the Guildhall, has been misleading. In that context, to add an extra layer of rooftop plant, which adds to the existing overshadowing that the Guildhall has over the Market Square, would really increase its effect. I was looking just yesterday, late on, at the way the Guildhall in shadow had market stalls in bright sunlight in front. If you're adding an extra height, extra layer of shadow, it's not going to open up this building. It's going to make it seem more looming, more overpowering. So please don't do that.
Right, thanks very much. Okay, next up is the supporters team. So that's John Mason, Paul Belton, Ben Binns, or some of those people. They might come forward, please. Hey, chaps, so you get 6 minutes, the same as the objector side.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. I'm speaking today in support of this application to refurbish and sustainably upgrade the Guildhall. This is a rare opportunity to secure the long-term future of one of Cambridge's most important civic buildings while delivering major public benefits. Council have taken the decision to retain and refurbish the Guildhall for its continued use as a seat of local government. It's an exemplar proposal, an operational net zero heritage building, one of the few in the country, and one that will be connected to the city centre district heat network should that go ahead. You've heard arguments about the cost of the project, and I wanted to reassure members that Members will have the chance to debate this September. Today is about whether you agree with officer recommendations for the planning designs. In meeting net zero, the proposals are designed for flexibility respecting the building's heritage. Approximately half the building is sensitively designed for commercial space, which any prospective tenant, including the private for-profit Tourist Information Centre, will be able to bid for space. The revamped small and large halls, committee rooms, mayor's parlour and chamber will mean the Guildhall will be one of the finest conference venues in Cambridge, generating much needed income. Members will decide later in Cabinet and full council later this year what is the right balance between community use and commercial use. With local government reform on the horizon, the designs are flexible enough to allow the chamber to seat up to 72 members, which meets all options on the table, as well as ensuring members who use a wheelchair to participate with the same dignity as their peers. Also, the designs are flexible enough to allow the entire space to be used as council offices or entirely for commercial space or anything in the spectrum in between, allowing members options when the government makes a final decision on local government reform. I hope members support the officer recommendations.
Chair and members of the committee, there are three key aspects to the full planning application that I would like to draw your attention to. First, the proposals preserve the Guildhall's role as the democratic heart of the city. All key civic spaces, the chamber, committee rooms, small and large halls, are retained and enhanced. In particular, the council chamber becomes fully accessible for the first time, with level access to the dais, wheelchair-inclusive seating, and greatly improved audio-visual capability. This directly answers long-standing concerns about inclusion and ensures the chamber can continue as the seat of democracy, even in the context of future local government reform. Second, the scheme is exemplary in terms of sustainability, far beyond policy requirements. The Guildhall is to be part of the national pilot for the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard, designed to ENEFIT principles. These works secure a 65% reduction in energy use, significant reduction in water consumption, and extensive fabric improvement, including insulation, air tightness, triple glazing, and rooftop PV. This will set a benchmark for the adaptation of historic buildings and constitutes a significant public benefit. Third, the scheme brings the Guildhall back into full productive use. It provides high-quality workspace for 370 people, supporting the city centre economy and delivering crucial rental income that helps sustain frontline council services. A fourth-floor extension provides additional lettable space and is a high-quality contemporary addition. Your officers have confirmed that retention and adaptation for office use is fully compliant with planning policy. Members will have seen that the main concern raised relates to the rooftop plant and screen. Officers acknowledge that this element creates a low to medium level of less than substantial harm. However, they also make clear that the harm is mitigated by the removal of existing telecoms clutter. The screen design is recessive and uses sympathetic materials. And critically, the size and location of the plant is dictated by the need to achieve net zero and ENEFIT standards, which cannot be met without it. Furthermore, officers explicitly state that spreading the plant across a wider area, as Historic England suggested, would actually create more screening, not less, and would prevent the fourth floor extension that provides vital revenue. They therefore conclude that the harm is clearly and convincingly justified. When weighed against the benefits, heritage investment, exemplary sustainability, vastly improved accessibility and modernised civic facilities, the balance is firmly in favour of approval. The team have worked very hard with many statutory consultees, including Historic England and Conservation, and of course have taken into account a wide variety of public views as well, and which have all contributed to the proposals before you. Officers recommend approval, and every other technical consultee raises no objection. In summary, this is a well-designed, carefully justified and forward-looking proposal that secures the Guildhall's future as an inclusive, sustainable and vibrant civic asset. I urge members to support the officer recommendation and approve the application. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much. So now we have ward councillors to speak. First up is Simon Smith, Councillor Simon Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Ward Councillor for Castle Ward and a member of the Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources and therefore the lead councillor for the Civic Quarter Scheme. The Guildhall as a Grade 2 listed building it's gone. What's gone?
I think your microphone packed in for a minute there, so we'll start the clock, and if you start speaking again from the beginning, please.
So
Thanks.
the Guildhall as a Grade 2 listed building is held in the council's stewardship, which carries our collective.
Simon is falling apart, the thing. Try another one. Start again. I'm very sorry.
Fading in and out, okay. So it carries our collective responsibility to pass it on to the next generation of councils in a better state than in which we found it. And in this context of protecting the building's heritage, this application follows the council's decisions to retain the Guildhall as the city's seat of local democracy and progress designs and planning applications to, firstly, secure the Guildhall, chamber and civic rooms as symbols of our representative democracy, and the Guildhall as a much more open and accessible public space. Secondly, to make the building resilient to climate change with above policy standards in energy and water usage, targeting operational net zero using passive house retrofit standard. Thirdly, secure the Guildhall's long-term financial viability by creating flexible spaces that provide for either expansion or contraction of future council's requirements, and opportunities to reduce operational costs and increase rental income from commercial office, conference, leisure and entertainment uses. And fourthly, value the Guildhall's heritage as a set of unique selling points rather than constraints to improving how the Guildhall supports its future functions. The proposals for the chamber are framed within its heritage status and a need to make it fit for multiple purposes. The proposals provide for sufficient seats for a new unitary council, each with a desk space for laptops, power microphones that work. The chamber would have better ventilation, lighting and AV technology, and there'd be 6 places for wheelchair users, which would make the chamber DDA compliant, and the gallery would be made more accessible to the public. The committee rooms, mayor's parlour, small and large halls would be enhanced with heritage in mind, bringing them back to the full glory of the original design, whilst ensuring better lighting, accessibility, and audiovisual technology. And these would be stunning places for the public, council meetings, weddings, and conferences. And the office spaces, as proposed, would provide for productive work in climate-controlled offices, meeting rooms, and social spaces. Please support the officer's recommendations and approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So next up, Councillor Tong.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, before I actually begin, I will note I don't support this application for a variety of reasons. However, here, my job... Oh, I will introduce myself first, actually. I went ahead a bit too fast. I am the ward councillor for Abbey, Elliot Tong. Back to what I was saying. I want to stick to purely procedural reasons for opposing this application. And I really want to question the legitimacy of this process itself. Because if a councillor were to be here and an application were to come about their own house, for instance, it would be considered absurd for them to get the chance to vote on this. However, the members in this room today are being tasked with voting on their own workplace. I think there is a massive, massive conflict of interest. And I don't think any councillor is really going to be able to oversee this application and really give it the level of scrutiny it deserves, because fundamentally there is a bias at play. I think this meeting is just going to end up being a total pantomime where people are going to effectively make a decision. They probably already have a bit of a judgment about how they're going to vote because of the fact it's something that is so personal to them. I wanted to note that today, but overall I'll leave it to the members to decide what they do.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Power.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sitting as ward councillor. I have to say I'm slightly disturbed by Councillor Tong. I sit on planning committee. as we all do cross-party, I
Let's
take my
just
responsibility.
focus on the job in hand today.
Yeah, just to note.
I'll refer to that later
yes,
myself, thanks.
But I do think, yes, well, I hope the lawyer will address that then. So on the Guildhall, I strongly support this in planning terms, as it's the only way, in terms of a public benefit, to ensure that this remains the civic heart of our city and accessible, both in terms of access for residents, but also those who are mobility impaired and wheelchair users, which currently isn't great. I believe that it's vital that our government is available and visible to its residents in the heart of the city. And for me, in planning terms, this is a huge public benefit I think members really, I hope, will take into account. This makes the Guildhall fit for the next century. It makes it fit for local government reorganisation, and it opens up the front of the Guildhall and the rest of the building to residents, visitors and stakeholders. I welcome the ground floor being much more accessible, you know, with the possibility of a cafe. We've got workspaces, chat spaces, obviously the public-facing front of the council, and public toilets with a changing places toilet, which are so desperately needed across the city and long overdue. It's got better and accessible lifts, and it now will have step-free access from the front, because at the moment it's really, in my view, unfortunate that anyone who uses, for example, a wheelchair or a mobility scooter is always routed via Pease Hill, and that's why at night we can only enter through that entrance. So this is a huge improvement. The retention of the chamber in a very similar form, but large enough to accommodate a potential bigger unitary, is very welcome, as is the condition to ensure that there is further input into the final design. This, for me, is another key public benefit that I hope you will take into account when you're balancing this up. In terms of the roof, the aerials on there at the moment are not beautiful. I mean, they're pretty ugly. I appreciate the view is a little restricted, but if you're on the far side of the Guildhall, they're pretty grim. So, obviously, the screen, in my opinion, would be an improvement on the existing. Most importantly, though, the aim of massively reducing the carbon footprint of this asset and retaining it for the city and its residents is so key. How can we ask others across the city to do that if we're not modelling that behaviour ourselves in the council? But in planning terms, that is a huge benefit, I think, because so often we see buildings taken down, carbon footprint destroyed, you know, and I think it is planning policy that we need to encourage making the best use of the embedded carbon, keeping any building, whatever the applicant, as sustainable as possible for now and the future, and aiming for over and above minimal planning requirements, which we're very proud to get in this city, I think, on many planning applications. I think the changes to the Guildhall in planning terms clearly demonstrate that there is public and environmental benefits to this application, and I'd urge members to take that into account when you're discussing this later, and to support this transformation, which opens up the Guildhall, which we're sitting in literally now to do this debate, and makes it fit for the next century and beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Beck.
Thank you, Chair. It's worthy of just saying straight that the Guildhall at this point is only fractionally used. It's gloomy and dingy. It's physically inaccessible to some people. It's an energy sink, and it's in dire need of updating to modern working standards and methods. I've got 3 points to make. The link between them is viability. The first is about conservation. There are obviously important conservations at stake with the Guildhall, and that's rightfully so. It's one of the few civil buildings in the centre which is not the university or colleges and not ecclesiastical. There's this motif of town and gown, and if that matters to people, this is one of the very few pieces of architecture standing behind the concept of town, but it's also the place where the two meet as well. As a listed building, it has a worthy and important place in the city's heritage. Though it could be conserved with lots going on inside it, the point I want to make is that it's much better and more authentic and more durable if it's the original purpose. And we are fortunate that this is inherent in this application. and the application is really being made, I think, to enable that to continue to be the case. The second point was economic benefit. People working in this building is of importance to the vitality of the wider city centre. The detailed investment which lies behind the application makes this possible, attractive, and through the massive energy reduction in consumption, makes it viable to stay so for the next 100 years or more. And the third point I want to make is about amenity. As an amenity to the public, I see this application as making sustainable the maintenance of physical access to public services and the decision-making machinery of local government in the heart of the city, where there is public transport available for people to get to it, and where people already go for a diversity of other reasons, making this obviously easier in more people's lives. So three reasons why I believe there are benefits, significant ones, attached to this application. And reading the officer's reports, I believe that these benefits and some others outweigh any harm that is evaluated. So I do encourage the committee to support this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a couple of things I'll pick up from what speakers have said. Oh, yeah, I'll come to you in a minute, don't worry. Well, the second thing. So the first thing is there was 2 or 3 mentions of the cost of the scheme. So I don't know if you want to tell us whether there's any planning matters involved in the cost of the scheme. And secondly, the particular point that was brought up by one of the councillors, Councillor Tong, about whether we're in a position to make a decision on this scheme as decision makers on this committee. So you might want to defer to legal on that, but it's up to you, Charlotte.
Hi, thanks, Chair. Yeah, the cost of the scheme is not a material planning matter, and I will defer the second question to legal officer.
Richard?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So just to reassure members sitting as decision makers, any speakers, any of the public watching as to the integrity of proceedings here, this is a Regulation 3 planning application. So there's a mechanism under the Town and Country Planning General Regulations 1992 that allows local authorities to apply for planning permission to develop their own land or to carry out development themselves. That is the auspices under which this application has been made. Many members sitting on planning committee will have been familiar with this, such as the KIP schemes before, but I just wanted to overtly flag this because of a sort of suggestion that councillors might be giving the applicant as an easy ride, as it were. That's not my experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Councillor Tong, unusually, I'll come back to you, just in case you wanted to respond to that. It was a very strong point you made. If you wanted to say anything further, I'll be happy to hear about it.
My point stands in my mind. Legal excuses aside, I still think there's heavy biases at play. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Councillor. There was one other small point. Councillor Simon Smith referred to an acronym, DDA, so that's a Disability Discrimination Act, although I think, in fact, that's been superseded now by the Equality Act 2010, and that was referring to access for people with disabilities around the building. So, members, let's get into debate then. Who wants to go first? Anyone? Yes, Councillor Todd Jones, looks like you're going for the button.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of queries, but can I just thank the officer for the legal advice? And I must say I do object to the implications.
Like I say, Councillor, let's not talk through the chair, please, through the chair.
Okay. I just want to make the point I am not predetermined in my decisions today. I've got a couple of queries. One is about the Tourist Information Centre. And I know a petition has been received about the Tourist Information Centre.
Councillor, you're talking in one direction and your microphone is in the other. You need to sort of talk
sorry,
at
yeah.
your microphone.
Yeah, let me move
as I
this
said
over
to
here.
Charlotte earlier, otherwise it won't work.
There's a reference in the report regarding to policies 7 and 8 about the Tourist Information Centre. And I just wondered if there could be a little bit of clarification or comment from the officer regarding those policies and how it affects the proposals for the Tourist Information Centre.
Right, let's get a few more questions then. Were you keen, Councillor Griffin? Yep.
Thank you. And I would like to thank the officers for a very well presented report and a very well written one as well. And I do think that this is an important application because the residents of this city, I think, expect us to take care of this building, this historic civic building. And if we didn't do something here, residents would rightly accuse us of letting historic building in the center of Cambridge go to ruin. I know many residents don't realize that the upper floors of this building are not being used today. There's a huge amount of office space up there in the center of Cambridge not being used. Why? It's not usable. It's too hot in the summer, too cold in the winter. There's lots of problems. We should have a building where not only can the city gain revenue from that, but it's office space in the center of Cambridge. So I do think that we definitely need to refurbish this building. I just want to make a clear statement for the public. Each of the political groups has one office to share in this building. So for example, there's one office that the 22 Labour members share. There's an office that the Lib Dems share. So there's been a lot of misinformation in the public that we're refurbishing this building for our own office space. This is just not the case. I do not have an office in this building. I share an office with 21 other members. It's a small office. So the point is that that's just misinformation. And we are interested in refurbishing this building because it's an important public asset and it's our responsibility. It's the council's responsibility to maintain this building and do that well. So I just wanted to make those points.
Let's stop there a minute, Councillor Griffin. Let's focus on the job in hand today, the item on the table, not political attacks on other sides. I can see Councillor Tong smiling at what you're saying. This is not appropriate. I don't want to see any smiling or anything to do with that or any political stuff. This is a non-political committee. You may find it amusing, Councillor Tong, but this is not amusing. This is a multi-million-pound scheme that we have to make a decision on here, and I want a good decision. So let's focus on the job in hand, please. Councillor Griffin.
Well, and I also wanted to say that if you were here in the morning, you saw that the members here postponed a decision that was put forward by the City Council as an applicant. So that's just an example where we're not just rubber stamping decisions made by officers. So I think I wanted to say something about the screen on the roof. I think that it's one of those things where it's a balance, right? And I do think that in balance, it's a reasonable solution to a difficult problem. So I support that solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more comments from members before I go back to Charlotte? Okay, again, Councillor Illingworth.
Yeah, I just want to emphasise the point about the screen at the north face of the building. Historic England have obviously objected to it and have suggested the plant could be redistributed across the roof, but they do acknowledge that would mean the loss of the fourth floor extension. But as I understand it, even if that were the case, there would still have to be a screen and the plant would still be visible, or the screen in front of the plant would still be visible. Is that correct?
Thank you. I saw your hand up again, Councillor Todd Jones.
Yes, just to follow up on the point about the screen. I mean, there's some conflict in the report from two of the consultees. The urban design officer supporting the kind of roof extensions, the solar panels, but also the screen, considering that to be acceptable and subservient to the bulk of the building. So although that's in conflict with Historic England, where there's a consideration that the screen detracts from the building's architectural composition and proportions, I do actually think that the urban design officer is, in my mind, think more to the point in terms of how it's subservient to the building. So although there's a conflict there, I don't consider it to be significant enough in that sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just say a couple of things and then go back to you, Charlotte. And obviously, when you respond, you can use the officers you've got with you as well, potentially. So just on that screen, I asked about that earlier, if you've got anything on that yet. My judgment on that, from what I've heard and read about so far, is that the improvement to the roofscape by getting rid of all that sort of aerials and things up there is greater than the loss to the building in terms of having that screen. So I think I prefer the screen to what's there at the moment, probably, depending on what the screen's made of and so on. I just also, while I'm on the subject of the roofscape, I find the bronze panelling going round that side that curves round. I can't remember which elevation it is now. Is it the west elevation? West elevation. Very attractive as a modern intervention, and that just, from my experience in architecture, there are ways of dealing with old buildings and conservation, and one sort of classic way of doing that is to make a modern intervention that's completely modern. It's not trying to mimic what's there already, and I think that works very well, as does the other modern intervention you can see from the car park side. So I'm keen on that. On the Historic England part at 6:15, I'm confused by their representation, which seems to be, on the one hand, saying it's good, and on the other hand, saying it's bad. So any information on that would be useful. And otherwise, it's great that the building is going to reduce energy use so substantially and reduce water use, improve accessibility and additional cycling, so storage. So all of these things are good, and as ward councillors, especially Councillor Bick and Councillor Power, have said, I think, on this scheme, it has the potential to be a great improvement on the building we have at the moment. And we haven't even discussed the interiors yet, and which we'll get to on the listed building consent, I think. So, Charlotte, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to your question earlier about the materials, it's a light bronze, and I can't say the word.
Is it perforated or not, or is it?
It's louved.
Is it reflective? Is it matte?
We don't know the full details of the final details. That will be secured by condition number 7. But because of the colouring, we don't think it will be overly reflective, and we can make sure that it's the right level of reflection at condition stage.
Right, let Rebecca clarify as well.
Just to clarify, the word that Charlotte was struggling with is anodised. So it's an anodised cladding, anodised aluminium cladding.
Right, okay, carry on, Charlotte, thank you.
So in terms of the Tourist Information Centre, where it currently stands at the moment on Pease Hill, yes, that would be lost to commercial offices. However, the whole building falls within Class E. So regardless of the outcome of this application, at any point, the applicant could ask the Tourist Information Centre to leave, and it wouldn't require planning permission because there's no material change of use. In terms of policies 7 and 8, this was briefly mentioned in paragraph 11.4. This was more of a response to public concerns. one of the objectors raised policy 7, but this only refers to proposals along the River Cam corridor, which this does not lie. And in terms of policy 8, it is believed they meant to refer to section 8, which refers to services and local facilities. And as there's no material change of use, there's no policies in this section which need to be considered for this planning application. And I think that's it. I don't think there were any further questions.
Well, I know you can't speak for Historic England because you're not them, but can you shed any light on what they're trying to say in 615 onwards in their representation? Or, I don't know if Christian could help or anything, but it seems they just say one thing in one paragraph and another thing in another, but I'm not sure.
So, Historic England, their formal response is an objection, but it's only in relation to the plant and the screening of the plant. So they have no concerns with the extension and the other external works. Their concern mostly, like they identified the level of harm, which we could then in the report consider to be moderate. Essentially when it comes to harm for listed buildings, once harm is identified, it needs to be justified. And then if it's justified, then you take it to the balance question of public benefit. So Historic England weren't convinced that the plant and the screen had been justified, essentially because they believed the 4th floor extension could be removed and further plant going there to spread it out a bit more. But they essentially left it to us to consider whether it had been fully justified. And we were quite content with the sustainability improvements that it was.
So if I understand correctly, then they're basing their main point on our conservation officer's report, and also they're suggesting that they could redesign the scheme on the table to take some of the economic benefit away from the development by removing a floor of the proposed building. Is that correct?
Kind of. It's because Historic England only deal with the historic element, they don't necessarily look at the bigger picture. So to them, the information provided by the applicant, they weren't convinced it had been fully justified. But as they stated within their comments, that they were essentially leaving it to the local planning authority to consider whether we were happy with that justification. And we are.
Okay, all right. So they put their 2 penny worth in, but they're happy to leave it up to us, basically. Right, that's useful. So I realise the Conservation Officer have made no objection, but can the Conservation Officer say any more in that regard, do you think? Is that useful? I mean, Christian is here behind you. Up to you, Charlotte.
Yep.
Yeah, Christian?
Yeah, perhaps I could add almost some comfort in terms of the 4th floor office extension, to the extent that those who know the building, and I assume my former colleague, 23 years working in this building, is aware of the fact that there was a stair, there's a half-finished stair to the level where the 4th floor would be. So there was an option on the plans for this building originally to put a 4th floor element up there. It's not entirely off the cuff, that proposal. And in respect of the screening, as we've seen from the drawings, it is set back by 0.7 of a metre from the top floor, the current top floor, which is in itself set back from the main facade of the building. And from lower levels, its visibility around the market, for instance, would be limited. I think we've probably bottomed out Historic England's concern about the 4th floor extension being somehow related to spreading the plant around the roof more, but we've heard the reasons why that's not considered to be appropriate. So, yeah, it's an unbalanced view, and my recommendations are as per the report.
Okay, thanks, Christian. Thanks, Charlotte. Members, any more questions in the debate? Heritage harm is the thing that's on the table largely, unless there's any other questions of detail. Yes, Councillor Howard.
I've been having a search around, but I couldn't find a clear answer. Is there any battery storage in terms of electrical storage from solar provided in this scheme?
It's a good question, yeah, okay. Any more detailed questions? So, yeah, okay. Charlotte, battery storage.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to refer to Emma Davis, who's online. She's our sustainability officer who knows that level of detail higher than I do.
Yeah, Emma, anything you know about batteries and anything else sustainability, I guess?
As far as I'm aware, there were no plans for battery storage. I think the plan was that actually the energy generated by the PV would all be used on site as it's generated. So yeah, no specific plans in there at the moment for battery storage, but could be something to be considered in the future.
Okay, thanks, Emma. So you're saying it could be added at a future stage if we want
Yeah,
to?
they're relatively straightforward to add in at a later date if it was felt it was necessary. But I think from what I've seen, it looks like all of the energy generated would get used on site, obviously not at weekends, but yeah.
And for members' information, do you want to say anything generally about sustainability? And,
I think just from my perspective...
Hang on. Comments in the report about it could have been better, but we've done pretty well. That was the impression I got from the report. So anything on that?
I mean, I think from my perspective, it's a very strong scheme from a sustainability perspective. We discussed from very, very early on in the pre-app discussions what sorts of standards could be targeted for the refurbishment. And I think we all identified very early on the opportunity for this to be a pilot project for the UK net zero carbon building standard. And I think the benefit there's not only a benefit to this building of going for that standard, but there is also a benefit to the wider net zero standard because it will help to inform and help refine that standard for retrofit as well. So I think from my perspective, it's doing a really, really good job on sustainability.
Okay, thank you very much, Emma. And I wasn't meaning to criticise the applicant there necessarily, but it's just, I mean, I guess it's a compromise, isn't it, with a very old building, trying to bring it up to just the modern day, let alone going net zero. So it's a big achievement, I think. So there's no more questions then, members. We'll go to the recommendation. Can't see any hands up. No recommendation, I'm pleased, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. So officer recommendation is set out on page 116 of your pack. Recommendations to approve, subject to the planning conditions and informatives as set out in the following pages with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers.
Thank you, Rebecca. So recommendation to approve. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For support, Chair.
Against?
None.
Abstain?
One abstention.
Thank you very much, members. So the item is approved. Should we go to the next item? Would you like a little break? No hands up for breaks. Okay, we'll go then. So the next one is listed building consent for this item. So just explain what that's all about before you get going on that, please, Charlotte. Just before we start, I've got no objectors registered, but I think there are some people that would like to speak against the scheme. So in the interest of democracy, I'll allow that to happen, as we've got supporters 6 minutes anyway, so the objectors don't have 6 minutes on their side. We'll come to that anyway, you can think about it. So Charlotte, you describe the scheme, please. Oh, well, the speakers list is objectors to be confirmed, supporters John Mason, Paul Belton, Ben Binns, and then we've got councillors Simon Smith, Councillor Porrer, Councillor Bick, and Councillor Clough. No, not Councillor Clough, he's off. Just the other three. Thanks. Charlotte, when you're ready.
Chair, I will not speak on this.
Who spoke then? I couldn't hear. Oh, Councillor Bick. Not speaking. Okay, thank you. Right, Charlotte.
So this is the listed building application for the works refurbishment of and extensions to the Guildhall, including the installation of roof plant, screen and additional PV panels. So this is the listed building element, so we're only considering the direct impact upon the listed heritage assets. This includes the external works that we discussed under the full planning application, along with all of the internal works that form part of the refurbishment. The application is before committee as the site is under ownership of the City Council, who are the applicants. It's a Regulation 3 application. Just a quick update on this. So there's an additional third-party comment. These are the additional concerns that were raised. It's the same comment for the full element. In addition, there has been some alterations to conditions. These are just tweaks to the wording for clarification purposes, and they're all outlined within the amendment sheet. It's just a reminder of the site location and constraints, so only the heritage assets within the red line are relevant for this listed building application. As a reminder, the building forms parts of two separate Grade 2 listings, which is the Guildhall and then the former Victorian Library large hall element. So the works require listed building consent. We've just got some historical photos here showing the building as it was originally built and used. The Guildhall is particularly significant as the civic building of the city and is one of the smaller number.
Hold on a minute, Charlotte. It's a bit distracting when people talk in the room, please. So if you want to have a conversation, go outside. Charlotte, carry on, please.
The building is one of the smaller number of town halls from the 1930s. Architect Charles Calvaldi. So just again, reminder of the photo of the existing conditions, bins, bikes and external. As the internal works now form part of this application, so there's some images of the entrances. You've got Market Square, where Alia reception currently is, the Guildhall Street entrance and the Pease Hill. The current lifts, which are not M42 compliant, the corridors, basement storage, the current offices on the upper floors. And some images of the key rooms. So we have the sessions court here with some of the original fittings and furniture. We have the small and large halls and the chamber. So moving on to the proposals, at basement level, there'll be a removal of a lot of the internal walls to create cycle storage, meeting rooms, wellness space, and changing rooms. At ground floor, the removal of the floor to create the atria, removal of some walls and floor coverings, new internal walls to create a cafe area, council workspaces, the contact centre and end of journey facilities, along with refurbishment of the sessions and police courts. First floor, again, removal of floor coverings and some doorways, upgrading of the toilets, new fixtures and fittings to create office facilities for staff, the refurbishment of the chamber, committee rooms, mayor's parlour, CEO office and small and large halls. The second floor is some removal of the internal walls to create office facilities. At the third floor, removal of internal walls, flooring and fixtures, and installation of new walls to create more of an open space office facilities for commercial letting. At fourth floor, it's the removal of internal walls, flooring, fixtures for office facilities, along with the extension and the rooftop plan and the re-roofing and solar panels. It's just a reminder of how the offices, the building would be separated. So these are some more details about the thermal plans, showing how some of the internal works to improve the energy efficiency will occur. So treatment will include thermal lining, insulation, works to windows and doors, floor insulation, and air tightness treatment. Just the upper floors. It's just a reminder of the elevations. And section. Fourth floor extension again, I won't go through the details again. Same with the rooftop plan. And the atria. Okay, so moving on to kind of more of the key rooms. So alterations will be made to create what the applicant has called the heart space. This is just off the main entrance to the building. So here, a cafe with reception space and breakout space would be created. It's intended as well to use some of the removed chamber furniture in here. Just on the right, we have an artist's impression. And below we have some photos from Bromley Old Town Hall. A similar kind of setup there. So the chamber, so as you can see, the existing chamber is stepped. The original oak furniture in situ, although it is in poor repair. The fixed furniture is proposed to be removed and reused elsewhere. There's currently cabling and trip hazards. There's a steep stairway to the low balustrade on the balcony. However, the die and unfixed furniture is in relatively good condition. The white level panelling is proposed to be cleaned, with lighting upgraded to energy efficient bulbs, but the fittings would remain. So new bespoke unfixed chairs would be provided to be laid out in the existing horseshoe layout. The floor would remain stepped in 2 levels. However, they would have the ability to be raised to create a level floor when needed. Yeah, a new platform lift would be added to the right-hand side of the die to allow accessible access to it. There'd be improved AV equipment, and the works would create a flexible space with increased capacity for potentially new unitary authority. The roof would also be upgraded. Okay, so just some images of where potentially the existing furniture could be relocated. So this is to the Heart Space, Police Court, and this one's just showing the small hall. And on the right is just an image of what the new chairs could potentially look like, and the final details would be secured by way of condition. But they'll be retractable with a separate desk which would be suitable for a laptop. And just a CGI image of what the chamber could look like with the new chairs. And on the right is just different colour schemes that could be reviewed, but the final details can be conditioned. At the small hall, a new freestanding bar would be added here with acoustic panelling. The roof would be removed for improvements. Secondary glazing. So the external glazing would remain as existing with a bit of repair as needed. The existing internal secondary glazing will be replaced with triple glazing, this stuff over here. A more slender secondary glazing would be used in the more historically important rooms. This side, that is the committee room that we've used the example. So just to cover some other key elements. So on the left is an idea of how the platform lifts would appear. This would be used at the main entrance, the Guildhall Street entrance, the chamber just here, and for the stage in the large hall. So if someone who needed to use the lift, it would come down, they would get on when it's flat, and it would raise. Similar to this. And the images on the right are just showing the strong rooms, which is one of the changes Historic England did have concerns about. The form would be somewhat lost by way of the new walls shown here. But the safe door as existing would be retained. Oh, and just the upper floors, harm would be created by the loss of the internal walls on the 3rd and 4th floors. So just some images there. Just a reminder of the sustainability benefits. In terms of the heritage harm, it's considered as similar to the full application. There's a moderate level of less than substantial harm by way of the plant and screen. There'll be an enhancement from the removal of telecoms. It is considered that the alterations to the council chamber is considered to be a moderate level of less than substantial harm. The alterations to the strong room is a low level of less than substantial harm. And the upper floors, again, is a low level. So it's considered the net heritage impact would be a moderate level of less than substantial harm. So we're looking around here. Some CGI images again. And so there would be a moderate level of less than substantial harm to the listed building. But the benefits include the improvements in energy use and water use. The changes to the chamber would allow the building to continue with its established historic local government use. There would be improved accessibility and additional car parking. So the officer recommendation is one of approval, subject to condition, as outlined in the report and as amended in the amendment sheet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Charlotte. So I'm not quite clear on speakers at the moment. So objectors, are there any? Yes, come and speak. So there's 6 minutes in total. I don't know if you're the only one. Looks like you are you? Yeah.
Okay, yes, for
I'm sorry, I forgot the questions clarification. It's the middle of the afternoon, isn't it? Stay there anyway, just turn the
I'll stay
microphone
there,
off.
yeah.
I apologise. Right, questions of clarification, members. Yes, Councillor Griffin.
Mostly for the benefit of the public, there are many people that, in residents who don't even know there is a strong room in the council building. I was wondering, could you explain what that is and its significance and your response to the representation?
Yeah, good. Anything else? No. Okay, Charlotte.
Yeah, I'll pass that to Christian, because I myself have not seen the strong room, because I can't go down there anymore.
Essentially, it was an original part of the layout of the building, which was intended to be a safe place to keep council regalia and documents, and perhaps the market takings. So there's a huge safe door controlling it. It really is a strong room. And it occupied a substantial part of the basement layout. So it is significant in that respect. I think Historic England's concern stems from the loss of that sort of functionally important historic aspect of the building, perhaps in association with the loss of layout on other floors as well.
Okay, that clear, Councillor? Okay, right. I apologise about that, Michael, then. So you're the only one, so you've got up to 6 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak further. For the major upgrade that is proposed, we consider the opportunities to improve the layout have not been adequately considered. For example, we're adding 2 stairs, one in each of the atrium, to the 8 stairs already between floors from the ground floor. And some of these stairs are not needed. There is no passenger lift within easy reach of the main entrance, which seems to be a serious omission, which could be corrected by extending the platform lift that does the steps within the lobby up to the first floor and possibly onto the second floor. That would seem to make a major improvement. The Guildhall, I consider, should contribute to the civic quarter by inviting people into the building, which is why I want to see this area on the ground floor for exhibition as well as information, tourist information. And my feeling is that further design development is needed before this listed building consent is decided. There's an opportunity to be much braver on what is done to this building. This building is not sacrosanct. It could be much improved. I think that's all I need to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And so the applicant side to speak, is it Ben Binns, Paul Belton, and yeah, okay, right. If you just introduce yourself then, please, so we know who you are, thanks.
Hello, it's just me. I'm John Mason from Carter Jonas, speaking on behalf of the applicant. So, Chair, members of the committee, I'm speaking in support of the listed building consent for the Guildhall. This proposal has been shaped by extensive engagement over several years, including pre-application discussions with conservation officers and Historic England. At the core of the application is a commitment to preserving and enhancing the Guildhall's heritage significance while enabling it to operate as a modern, accessible civic building. The officer report recognises the Guildhall as a building of high historic and architectural importance, containing some of the city's most notable civic interiors, including the chamber, committee rooms, and the large and small halls. Members will have noted that Conservation Officer raises no objection, confirming that most interventions are sympathetic, reversible, or located in areas of low heritage significance. They consider the fourth floor extension well judged, and the key interiors, such as the committee rooms and mayor's parlour, retaining their original fittings and character. The small and large halls will be refurbished to support a wider variety of uses with improved bar, kitchen and staging facilities, and the reception area will be opened up to create a light-filled, welcoming civic space. Uses of the ground floor aren't particularly pre-programmed, and the application is seeking refurbishment and future uses could be introduced if the council felt it appropriate. Some elements introduce less than substantial harm, particularly relating to the council chamber, the strong room and rooftop plant. Officers have assessed these issues in detail and conclude that this harm is clearly and convincingly justified. There are several reasons for this. First, the Guildhall, as we've heard, is currently underused and partially vacant, with only limited occupation of the upper floors. Without intervention, the building risks further decline and a diminishing civic role. The proposed works are essential to return it to comprehensive use and secure its future as the city's democratic centre. Second, the scheme delivers major accessibility improvements. The entrance becomes step-free, platform lifts are introduced, including to the chamber dais, and the building gains changing places facilities and accessible WCs. These measures remove long-standing barriers to full public participation in city life. Sustainability benefits are significant. The scheme is designed to NFIT standards and forms part of the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard pilot. Officers identify this as a substantial public environmental benefit. And fourth, the proposals ensure the chamber remains viable for future civic use. Without adaptation, it cannot meet modern accessibility expectations or accommodate a potentially larger democratic body. In summary, while some limited harm arises, officers conclude that the public benefits clearly outweigh it and that the works secure the Guildhall's optimum viable use. I urge members to support the officer recommendation and grant listed building consent. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that. So looks like Councillor Smith isn't here, so he must not be speaking, but Councillor Porra, you are speaking, I believe.
Very briefly, just to say pretty much I refer to my previous comments. I think the public and environmental benefits of this listed building application and the better lifts, and particularly lifts in the chamber to make that accessible, which we haven't got at the moment, is really about protecting the future of the Guildhall, and I hope members of the Planning Committee will consider those substantial public and environmental benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Members? Councillor Todd-Jones?
Yes, just to say that I know there have been concerns expressed previously about this chamber, its layout, respecting the integrity in terms of its heritage, and also the flooring and whether it would be at a tiered level. But I think those concerns have basically been addressed. I'm looking at the section under the heritage of the building and the proposals regarding the demountable seating and the option of being able to retain the tiered flooring, but with a platform where necessary for other events. So I think I'm aware that they were concerns that have been expressed quite significantly before, but I'm quite satisfied, I think, with the proposals in the application.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? So I'll say a couple of things, and I think also when I go back to you, Charlotte, it'd be good if you asked Christian, our Conservation Officer, to speak as well about the scheme as we are listed building consent on this item. So it seems to me this is a compromise, this scheme, and compromises aren't always bad. We've taken on the building to improve it, and it seems to me that the scheme is bringing forward a lot of improvements, and not everything is perfect, but there's a lot there that looks good. As a councillor, I've always been keen to speak about residents, not about myself. But as Councillor Tong pointed out, I am a councillor and I do work in this building, I do work in this room. My back hurts currently at the moment. These chairs are better than those chairs, but those chairs are very bad. I find after a day of sitting in those chairs that it's a bad situation. They're not, I mean, anthropometrics, I don't know if it was thought about in whenever it was, when this building was built, is not such a big deal, except that that includes also disabled people having access to buildings, and that's not really working here at the moment. But ergonomics does matter, and that's to do with designing seats so that people can sit in them comfortably and they work for them. If you're in an office situation, we would have ergonomically designed seats that work for you all day. These seats are designed to look good. They sort of look aesthetically pleasing, historically so, but they are not designed for the human body, in my opinion, although I'm not an expert. And also, and on the other side, they could have been refurbished. They need my father was an upholsterer. They could have been refurbished with horsehair, etc., and made better. You know, my first experience of these chairs, again, my experience was the arm fell off. I thought, my God, I've broken the arm. But in fact, this is commonplace. So the thing is falling apart. It needs refurbishing. So one question for you, Charlotte, coming to questions, is it a planning matter that we design this building so it's fit for purpose, i.e. it's fit for the unitary authority? Or is it just a matter that we designed this chamber to work as a democratic chamber? On the trip hazards that was mentioned, I literally have seen people fall over in this building, in this room, including Naomi, who fell flat on her face. And, you know, I have to, others have. It's just, you know, that's not good enough. I think the treatment of the glazing is excellent. I mean, the secondary glazing is going to work very well. I love the windows, and I think the fact that we're going to preserve them and improve on them in terms of sustainability is great. It's true about the less substantial harm, I get it, and I'll be interested to hear what Christian's got to say on that. So that's pretty much me done, I think, except that, I mean, I'm not an expert on conservation. I'm interested in architecture. I'm more into modern buildings, but I get the idea of preserving the building, and that's a good thing. And I think that the interventions we're planning to do in this scheme seem to work for me. So that's the end of, really. Anyone else? Yes, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but as you've brought him up, I feel like I now will, because if you don't want Councillor Tong to be in his head or get some bandwidth, then maybe you should bring him up in a separate item where he's not even here. So, given you've said that, I will say briefly about the reason I abstained on the past item and the reason I'll abstain again on this item. And that's not because I agree with Councillor Tong, it's actually because I disagree with him, which is pleasing sometimes to be able to disagree with our same colour party colleagues. And I look forward to having a robust discussion with him in the future. I do absolutely see this committee as it obviously is a legally valid place to decide this application and other applications. As I put forward in full council last week, if anything, I think we should have more local planning decision making. So if there were any way to make it more local, I think this is the most local it could be for something that affects the whole city. So the only reason I'm abstaining is because of the conflict with other comments about the choice of using money of the councils, but I'm aware that this is not the committee to discuss that. So in terms of planning, I don't have any particular issues with the application as it stands, either this one or the previous. So that's me.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Just to be clear on what you just said there, this is not a political committee. I fully appreciate, I don't think you were quite saying that, but that's fine. And I agree with you in terms of local democracy. There's been a lot of talk about Development Corporation recently, and the talk of potential democratic deficit. Here today, you see democracy in action. Your local elected representatives are making a very important decision on buildings in this civic centre and other buildings and the Market Square. So it's important that residents see us doing that, and I think that's a good thing. So, yeah. Any more debate, councillors? No? Okay, back to you then, Charlotte.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Before I pass to Christian, just your query, I think, of how the room is used as a material planning consideration. For the listed building element, in the way that the works would impact the listed building, it is a material planning consideration. Also, particularly just in terms of this application and particularly this room, one of the historic importance is it being used as a council room for council meetings, and it's considered that the changes would future-proof the use of this room for that. So in that case, you can consider that in that way. Hopefully that makes sense. And I'll pass on to Christian for your questions about the harm.
Sure. It's inevitable, I think, with this scale of intervention to this building that the proposals represent, that there will be a degree of harm involved in some of them. And the chamber itself here is a clear focus because of its function within the council and within the building. It's the primary space in terms of the democratic process. And the furniture and the decorations in here are original. They've remained since the building was opened. They are significant in terms of it being a listed building. And we've seen what the proposals for this room are. There will be, therefore, a degree of harm, especially focusing on this particular room. And I think we have to acknowledge that, and then also, consider what the benefits are weighing in comparison with that. Elsewhere, the main functional rooms, I think, are well treated in this proposal. The historic panelling and now furnishings are shown to be retained. There are a lot of pluses involved in improving the services and the usability of the building. And that essentially moves us on to a consideration of the balance of the benefits versus the harm that has been identified.
Christian, any more, Charlotte? Are you done? No? Any questions, debate, councillors, statements, stuff? No? Okay, right, let's go to recommendation then, please, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation is as set out on page 197 of your agenda pack, to approve subject to the conditions. There were some amendments set out in the update report to those conditions, so it's subject to the conditions as set out in the report, but with amendments to condition 3, contracts, condition 5, the external works, condition 7, the MEP plant in the large hall, condition 10, the council chamber furniture, and condition 12, AV equipment, with minor amendments to conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. The recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For support.
Against? Abstentions?
And one abstention.
Yeah, thank you very much, members. So the item is approved. Let's have a break now then, members, I think, yeah? So if we come back in about 10 or so minutes' time, is that enough?
There, thank you. Welcome back after a short break. So next item is item 8, Corn Exchange, full planning application. Got speakers, I think, possibly objectors. I've got the supporter team to speak. And then we've got ward councillors, I believe. We've got Councillor Simon Smith is going to speak, maybe. Councillor Porr is here. Councillor Spick has gone and Councillor Clough has gone. Yep, okay. So, when you're ready then, Charlotte, please.
Thanks, Chair. So this application is seeking full planning permission for the refurbishment of and extension to the Corn Exchange, including the addition of PV panels and the change of use from a box office to a drinking establishment, along with alterations and extensions to number 3 Parsons Court and 2 Wheeler Street, as well as public realm works to Parsons Court. The application is before committee, as the site is under ownership of the City Council, who are also the applicants, and it's a Regulation 3 application. There's a separate listed building application, which deals with all the internal changes as well as the external, and this will be decided separately. So as per the amendment sheet, there have been some alterations to the conditions, the majority of which were for clarification purposes. However, conditions 16 and 17, which relate to amplified noise, were considered very restrictive, and to ensure they would not result in too much noise pollution, the details of amplified noise of these venues would be mitigated, are now being requested under condition 5. So conditions 16 and 17 have been brought into condition 5 here. And in addition, condition 10, which was green roofs, has been removed, as there were no green roofs being proposed, and condition 11, landscaping, was altered to remove irrelevant requests surrounding soft landscaping. So the application relates to Cambridge Corn Exchange, which is a concert venue, along with 2 Wheeler Street and 3/3A Parsons Court, which is the box office, along with Parsons Court, which is a currently adopted public highway. The Corn Exchange fronts Wheeler Street to the north and is flanked by Corn Exchange Street and Parsons Court. To the rear lies the Babbage Lecture Theatre, part of the David Attenborough building, and it lies across the road from the Grand Arcade car park. Number 2 Wheeler Street is a 2.5-storey terrace building that forms part of the group of listed buildings. It is attached to Steak and Honour and Pho, both restaurants. The upper floors of number 2 Wheeler Street is not within the scope of the application, as that is part of one of the restaurants. Numbers 3 and 3A Parsons Court lie to the rear of the Wheeler Street properties. All buildings within the site are Grade 2 listed, and the site lies within the Historical Conservation Area. The site also lies within the setting of numerous listed buildings, notably the Guildhall to the north, and the terrace properties that run along Wheeler and Bennett Street. The site lies within flood zone 1, but has some risk of surface water flooding. It lies within the city centre and primary shopping area. Number 2 Wheeler Street has a secondary shopping frontage. The Corn Exchange was converted into a concert venue in the 1980s, and the box office was given permission in 2007. Just a few images to highlight the current condition of the site from both the design and access statement and Google Street View. So we've got the courtyard here of the Parsons Court Wheeler Street building. This is just showing the state of Parsons Court at the moment, where a lot of bins are being stored, and along with kind of storage of equipment and vehicles. And we've just got the images of the Corn Exchange and the box office. So moving on to the proposals. So to clarify, the works involving in this application are the change of use of the box office, the rear extension of the Corn Exchange, here, and the alteration to the existing door opening onto Parsons Court, which is here, and the extension to the rear of the box office in the courtyard, which is here. Here's the upper floor plans. So you see the extension here and the changes to the element which fronts Parsons Court. In addition, the roof would be removed with solar panels added. So here we've just got the elevations. It's got the elevation from Wheeler Street. So you can see the change to the roof form of this section of the Corn Exchange, which faces Parsons Court, and the change to the box office frontage. And then from Corn Exchange Street, you can see the rear extension here, with the MEP ducting and then the solar panels. And the elevations from within Parsons Court. This is of the Corn Exchange. So you see the change to the roof form here. The extension. And then some minor alterations to this entrance here into the Parsons Court properties. And these are just the sections. So looking onto the elements in more detail, these are the details of the proposed rear extension. The extension would extend over the 2 floors above the existing rear accessway, creating additional backstage space with rooftop plant above. It would be clad in metal, which would have patterns created by way of perforations, embossing and debossing. The patterns have been drawn from existing patterns present on the Corn Exchange, shown here. Next to the plant, there would be MEP ducting, which would really reach to a maximum height of 15.6 metres above street level. In terms of the change to the roof on the element above Parsons Court, so this is required to provide the necessary plant. So the roof would be raised by approximately 1.5 metres, with the north-facing roof being made steeper and the west-facing hipped roof altered to a gable end. Louvres would be added to the roof planes here. The existing roof slates would be removed, refitted and reused where possible. Just got a CGI image here. So a single-storey extension would be added to the existing courtyard of the box office buildings. So it's in here. These are just going to be used for additional toilet facilities. This extension would not be visible from the public realm due to its location behind existing walls. Parsons Court would be repaved in York stone paving with resin-bound gravel to the rear. Here. The bins would be located to the side passage to the rear, with other bins such as those for giggling squid and sticks and sushi to be moved to the Guildhall as part of those proposals. Note that Parsons Court is currently adopted highway. To allow these works, the road would need to be stopped up. Whilst the local highway authority have raised no objection to this, it is done under a process separate to this planning application. And stopping up essentially removes the adopted highway element of the space. So the application seeks to change the use of 2 Wheeler Street and 3 Parsons Court from a box office and associated offices, which is Class E, to a drinking establishment, which is sui generis. This is supported by policy. Concerns were raised by third parties of the use of the upper floors of members' rooms. Here. This has been clarified on the plans to state VIP experience rooms, which allows the Corn Exchange to diversify the ticket offer by offering VIP rooms. This does not result in a separate planning unit, and so the use falls within the drinking establishment use. So to summarise the sustainability benefits, 206 solar panels will be added to create over 55,000 kilowatt hours per year. The applicant is targeting 5 BREEAM Watt01 credits, but there will be a minimum achievement of 4. The tables show the estimated energy and water consumption, and the sustainability officer has confirmed that there is the potential for a 61 to 79% reduction in energy use, although it is noted that some of the strategies are internal and so fall under the listed building consent. So the only issue is regarding heritage harm. It's considered that the extension and the MEP plant and ducting would result in a low end of less than substantial harm to both the conservation area and the listed building. So we've got this colour here. The rest of the works would have a neutral impact, but it's the boxy appearance of the extension. So to conclude, there would be a low level of less than substantial harm to the heritage assets, but there'd be a 61 to 79% reduction in energy use. There'd be a minor uplift in standing capacity, and there'll be additional step-free entrance door along Parsons Court. The officer recommendation is one of approval, subject to conditions, as outlined in the officer report and as amended as per the amendment sheet. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Charlotte. I don't think I can see any objectors wishing to speak in the room, and nobody online as far as I know. There are none booked up, so just the supporting team then, please. So who's speaking on behalf of them? Oh, the questions of clarification again. Any questions of clarification, members? No, shaking heads, all clear? Okay, right, yeah, so speaker. So, John, isn't it? You get 6 minutes to speak.
Hello again, members. I'm speaking in support of this application to refurbish and extend the Corn Exchange and to bring 2 Wheeler Street and 3 Parsons Court back into public use. This is a rare opportunity to secure the long-term future of one of Cambridge's most important cultural venues, while significantly improving the experience for audiences, performers, and the wider public. The public benefits are substantial. The works modernise the Corn Exchange so it can continue as a leading regional venue. Visitors have repeatedly raised concerns about cramped circulation, inadequate toilets, limited accessibility, and poor bar layouts. This scheme addresses those issues, which we will hear further detail with the listed building consent. The foyer and bar areas are replanned to reduce crowding. 3 new lifts allow wheelchair users full access to the stage and green rooms for the first time. The new mezzanine and improved sight lines enhance both seated and standing events, and standing capacity increases modestly to support commercial viability. Parsons Court will also be used for additional circulation with a new visitor entrance. These improvements align with strong consultation feedback calling for better accessibility, better facilities, and an inclusive, affordable venue. The scheme also makes a major contribution to the Council's sustainability goals. The building fabric is significantly upgraded with new insulation, triple glazed secondary glazing, improved ventilation systems and photovoltaic panels. These measures will reduce energy use by an estimated 61 to 79%, exceptional figures for a historic public building. The proposals for Parsons Court transform a degraded service lane into a high-quality pedestrian courtyard. Removing informal bin storage and replacing the poor surfacing will greatly enhance the setting of the 3 Grade 2 listed buildings. Both the urban design and conservation officers support this approach. The change of use at 2 Wheeler Street and 3 Parsons Court strengthens city centre vitality. The proposed bar activates the frontage, complements nearby hospitality uses, and provides extra toilets and bar capacity for Corn Exchange audiences. It is a centre-appropriate use consistent with local plan policy. Members will also be aware of some of the concerns raised. On heritage, officers conclude that the scheme causes only a low level of less than substantial harm, which is limited to the rear plant and ducting, and that this is justified by the sustainability benefits and the modern townscape context that it will be viewed within. Historic England raises no objection, and the Conservation Officer confirms that the design is sensitive and subservient. In conclusion, this well-designed, heritage-led, sustainability-focused proposal revitalises an iconic venue, improves accessibility in public realm, and supports the local economy. Officers recommend approval, and the public benefits clearly outweigh the limited harms. I urge members to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, councillors, we've got Simon Smith and Councillor Porra. So, do you want to go first? Councillor Smith, please. Oh, actually, you want to get away, don't you, Councillor Porra? Do you want to go first? Because you need to leave, don't you? So, you go first. If that's
Appreciate
okay,
it, thank
Councillor
you.
Smith.
If that's okay, Councillor Smith. Yeah, thank you. So, on the Corn Exchange, I think as ward councillors, we strongly welcome this proposal to improve the well-loved and well-used Corn Exchange in the heart of the city. The external works are fairly minimal in terms of visual impact, and the huge improvements in energy use and the desperately needed improvements to the bar area, circulation space, and facilities for performers and their supporting teams are of huge benefit to the city and to the wider audiences from right around the east of England, as I think it is the biggest space in that area. Anyone who's been there recently, as I did a couple of weeks ago, cannot fail to have noticed how poor the circulation spaces are. The queues for the loos in the interval, which means you don't have a chance to even buy your ice cream, and the poor air circulation and the temperature control. If this venue is to remain competitive and continue its contribution to the economy and the arts and music and theatre in the city, it does need to be upgraded. It is very welcome, therefore, that this project has managed to retain so many of the original features whilst improving accessibility and achieving a large reduction in carbon usage. I do accept that the plant and air circulation block at the rear is a somewhat robust addition, but I believe that this would really be very unobtrusive amongst the other very large and quite blocky buildings in the vicinity. And it's really not going to have a huge impact on views unless you happen to be on the walkway from the car park from the Grand Arcade, which I think is a balance I can live with. If you agree this today, I think that these works will preserve and enhance this major cultural asset for the next 150 years for Cambridge, and again shows how our city can achieve high quality design whilst reducing carbon and improving facilities and accessibility. For me, the public benefits of this outweigh any other concerns and preserve it for the long-term future of the arts in Cambridge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And just before Councillor Smith speaks, I'll just say thank you to you, Councillor Porra, and to Councillor Vick for coming along and spending all day with us in Planning Committee to talk about these schemes that are in your ward. And we appreciate your thoughts on those schemes. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. The Corn Exchange is the largest cultural venue in the east of England, and therefore a significant asset to the city, Greater Cambridge and beyond. It also has a significant local economic impact. To secure the heritage of this listed building, the Corn Exchange needs a sustainable, environmental, cultural and economic future. The design team includes Theatreplan, who have addressed the same challenges facing numerous venues across the country. So environmental sustainability. The project will improve the environmental performance of the building through measures which include improved insulation, reduce energy needs, solar panels to generate energy, and systems to manage energy usage. Cultural sustainability, the project provides for increasing and widening the events programme substantially. And financial sustainability, the proposal to secure the continuing use of the building as a cultural venue, include improving the audience experience, as well as improving the performers' experience, but I'll just deal with the audience experience first. And I'll carry through a journey through the building. Walking to the venue will be made safer by stopping through traffic via Corn Exchange Street and Wheeler Street. Access to and egress from the building will be improved by a new entrance via Parsons Court Passageway, which will be transformed into a social space for people buying refreshments. And once inside the building, there'll be new concessions and bar areas, providing a wide variety of options and toilet facilities, and new lifts will ensure full accessibility to all areas of the building. And then moving into the auditorium, the seating will be better, and so will the ventilation and the acoustics. So for improving the performers' experience, this is critical to building the Corn Exchange as a sought-after venue to perform. And to do this, the scheme provides high standards of backstage facilities and high standards in the auditorium through the acoustics, the sound quality, audiovisual equipment, the lighting and the stage rigs. So please support the officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, members, debate. Anything to say? Ask questions of? Okay, I'll go first. So, Charlotte, York stone, not maybe the most important thing, but I'm interested in what colour it might be. I know that it can be a sort of buff colour, but it can also be grey. And if you've got the colour on that, just to say you referred to MEP when you spoke earlier, I presume that's mechanical, electrical, plumbing, ductwork. Also, I just correct my mistake earlier when I referred to a part of the roof of the Guildhall, and I was actually meaning to refer to a part of the roof on the Corn Exchange. I do apologise to everybody for that. Got confused, but it's the intervention with the embossed metal roof on the Corn Exchange that you described just now, and I very much approve of that. I think it's a great intervention, as I said earlier, in the same way for the Guildhall. It's a modern intervention on an historic building, which I think works well. And I'm really impressed by the reduction in energy use from, I think it was something like 2/3 to 3/4. And, you know, I mean, the roof leaks at the moment, doesn't it? So not having a leaking roof will be a good start. But I think it's really impressive that we'll have this sort of quality of venue for this region, hopefully in the future, if approved. And we're very lucky to have it, hopefully. And I, unless I hear anything different, I will be hoping to be able to support the application. Any more? Yes, Councillor Griffin.
I guess it's not a question, but a comment. I was there recently at an event, and I felt claustrophobic in the entranceway when there were so many people there. And I'm glad to see that the plans intend to open that area up and make some of the brick walls more visible than they are today. And also the as other people talked about, the queues to the loos were really difficult to manage. So I'm really happy that those things will be improved. I guess I do have one question. There was a term that I'm not familiar with, and maybe most people aren't. On the 2 Wheeler Street, there was something called a VIP experience room or something like that. Did I get that right? And what is that?
Okay, any more questions for Charlotte? Okay, back to you then, Charlotte, for the time being, please.
Okay, thanks, Chair. The York stone paving on the plan doesn't specify the colour, but these are the kind of artist impressions, and it's condition 11. We'll be requesting the final details of that for confirmation. MEP stands for Mechanical Extraction Plant. And the VIP experience room, as I understand it, is just So in other concert venues, they charge more for tickets to allow a better experience. So they'll have a private room to have drinks in beforehand. I think it's just a business opportunity for the Corn Exchange.
Any more? Members?
Does Councillor Griffin want to remove this room?
Sorry, speak up, Councillor, I can't hear.
So I just asked Councillor Griffin whether he was looking to remove this room, given that information. But maybe I'm supposed to go through you. Apologies.
Speak, Councillor, yeah.
No, I was just, because I'd never heard the term before, and I was just wondering what it was. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. I mean, on that, just before I come to you, Councillor Todd Jones, on the 24 representations, of which 21 were in objection, the first bullet point there is member club not being compatible with local authority values. So I think that member club is a reference to the VIP room, I presume. Yeah, so we might want to have a concern about that. I don't know. Councillor Todd Jones.
Yes, just a query following on from Councillor Griffin's comments about improving the sort of circulation flow in the sort of foyer and kind of that front area of the Corn Exchange. Because there is a third-party representation which refers to bar area causing congestion and whether this is actually addressing the current issues. But I just want to clarify, this related to the new proposals in Parsons Court rather than in the Corn Exchange itself. I can't remember if there was a slide that demonstrated that.
There'll be a slide in the listed building application because that's internal works. But it was in reference to the Corn Exchange bar, the new horseshoe bar. I understand it. Yeah.
Right, okay, thank you. Did you want to come back at all, Councillor?
So just to say then, I can't remember if in the presentation you had an indication of how the reconfigured sort of foyer area, how the flow would be better, reducing congestion in the proposal, or not? So,
This presentation it doesn't because it's internal. It's the listed building.
We've come on to the listing building consent. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Just before I come to you again, Councillor Griffin, just some clarity on this thing that was a member club and now it's a VIP space, on whether it's a planning matter or not. Can I ask you that, Rebecca, please?
Yeah, I think Charlotte has put something in her report, but the clarification was requested and the annotation on the plans changed from members club or members lounge, I think it said, to VIP experience. It just relates to the ticket sales and relates to a different level of ticket that could be sold, but it's a commercial business matter, not a material planning consideration.
So there you are, but you as members could choose to add an informative, should you so wish, to encourage the applicant to not have a VIP room, but obviously that will be a commercial decision for them, but it's up to you what you want to do. Councillor Griffin.
I think my question might have to do with something internal, so should I wait on that?
Right, all right. I don't know if we've got much else to talk about. Everyone seems to be quite clear on things. All I'll say is on the York Stone, and I know Councillor Bick raised it earlier on the item that we deferred for a slightly different reason, although I raised the same reason when we had our walkabout earlier in the week. But that, you know, I'll just state it. My preference would be for a York Stone, if it's going to be a York Stone, to be a grey colour rather than a buff colour. That's my personal. We've got a buff colour brick building in the Corn Exchange, having the same surface colour on the pavement as on the building itself. I think is not a nice contrast to look at, and also I believe that it's just too decorative looking to have this bright buff stroke yellow colour pavement. I think it would be more appropriate, especially with the existing cobbles that are going to be basically butting up against these, well, assuming that the first deferred item is approved, we will comes back to that later, that it would be more appropriate for it to be more of a buff colour, but that's just a personal preference. So I think back to you then, Councillor Griffin, now. Talk about the interior bit, didn't you? And
oh, is this the time I can ask that? Or
It's probably best under the listed building
Apologise, got confused. Yeah, okay, right. Okay, well, if there's no more questions, then let's go to recommendation, please, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation is as set out on page 234 of your report. Officers recommend approve subject to the conditions as set out below. However, noting there were a number of changes, amendments to conditions in the update report. So there were amendments to condition 5, the noise impact assessment, condition 11, landscaping, 12, the management plan, 14, the sustainability strategy, and deletion of conditions 16 and 17 relating to amplified noise, and condition 10 relating to the green roof, again with minor amendments to drafting delegated to officers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For support?
Against? And abstention? Abstentions, is it? Abstention,
One abstention.
Yeah. Yep, thank you very much. Okay. So you okay to go on to the last item of the day then, members? Yeah, okay. So the last one is this Corn Exchange listed building consent and speakers. What have we got? Corn Exchange. No objectors, and then we've got the supporter team, one of probably, I suppose that's John, is it speaking again? Yeah. And then we've got Simon Smith still here, and Katie Porter's gone, so it's just Simon to speak. Councillor Smith. Right. Is that, oh, he's not bothering. Okay, right, okay. Okay, so let's have the presentation then, please, Charlotte. Thank you to you, Charlotte, as well, for doing every single presentation today. It's been a long day, hasn't it? We've not even finished yet, so well done.
Okay, so this is the listed building consent for the works of refurbishment and extension to the Corn Exchange, along with 2 Wheeler Street and 3 and 3A Parsons Court. So the application again is before committee as the site is under ownership of the City Council, who are also the applicants, and so it's a Regulation 3 application. Just a short update on this one. Condition 4 was tweaked slightly of the wording. That's for clarification purposes. It's just a reminder of the location. So all buildings within the site are Grade 2 listed, so require listed building consent. So a reminder of the existing condition regards to external works. And then internal, so this is the existing foyer and bar, just the one side of it. The auditorium access is currently through the centre of the foyer. There's concerns with access issues. So I've lost my internet. That's back. Compromised seating, inadequate workspaces, and then the underutilised space. This is just showing St John's Bar. And in the box office building, just some photos highlight the current condition. So, onto the proposals. So it includes this application as well as the external works, also includes all the internal works. I won't go through all the works, but just to highlight the main elements. In the Corn Exchange, the existing entrance foyer and lobby and bar area, including a new bar, provision of toilets, box office, and replacement mezzanine. The new seating to the auditorium, and installation of internal mechanical extraction plant ducting. There'll be the reconfiguration of the backstage area, the renovation of St John's Bar, which is here, replacement secondary glazing throughout, renovate the ceilings and flooring throughout, and in the box office building, just internal changes to create a bar at ground floor level with the VIP experience rooms at first and second floor. These are the upper floor plans. You just point out the extension and the changes to the roof here and the solar panels. Just a reminder of the elevations from Wheeler Street and Corn Exchange Street. And from the Parsons Court. The sections again, you can see here this line. Here, this is the MEP ducting that's internal. As a reminder of the rear extension details. The Parsons Court roof details. The Parsons Court courtyard extension. So moving on to the key rooms. So these, this is the works for the foyer area. So the existing bars will be removed with a new horseshoe bar installed with storage and cellar space behind. The entrance, which is currently here, will be moved to 2 side entrances either side. The existing closed-off mezzanine would be removed and the introduction of a new mezzanine with an additional bar up here. So these plans show the differences between the bar layouts and with the new mezzanine bar and Parsons Court. There would be an additional 11.7 metres of usable bar length with only a slight reduction of 0.1 metres to the main bar area in the foyer. And here we got a photo of the existing foyer and bar area and with the artist impression below. So the new mezzanine would open up the existing historic side walls, which are currently blocked. Within the auditorium, existing chairs would be replaced, insulation added to the floor, and the MEP ducting would run along the roof trusses. The seating layout would be amended to create better sight lines, shown here, as currently the top here is quite blocked. See the difference? Acoustic interventions would also be added. St John's Bar would be refurbished to create a better utilised space. And the King's Room on the first floor towards the front would be used for a plant. These are the plans just showing the ground floor bars in Wheeler Street Parsons Court building. See the existing fittings and fixtures would be removed and replaced with bar furniture. Just got a reminder of the sustainability benefits. Looking at the heritage harm, so just in terms of the listed building, so there'll be a low end of less than substantial harm by way of the extension, MEP plant and ducting. There would be an enhancement from the refurbishment of the lobby and foyer bars. That's because of the revealing of the side walls. However, the MEP ducting in the auditorium would result in a low end of less than substantial harm. So the net heritage impact is considered to be the low end of less than substantial harm. So we're looking around here. To conclude, there would be a low level of less than substantial harm to the listed buildings. However, there'd be significant increase in terms of sustainability, a minor uplift in standing capacity, significantly improved accessibility, and it secures the building long-term use as a concept venue. The officer recommendation is approval subject to conditions as outlined in the officer report and as amended within the amendment sheet. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Right, speakers. Oh, any questions, clarification? Yes, Councillor Griffin.
Maybe this is, I know that the Corn Exchange currently sells seats that have no visibility of the stage area. I hope that's not going to be the case in the future. Can you clarify that?
Charlotte?
Yes, so I've brought the slide back up of the changes that we made in terms of the tiered seating. So at the moment, it's the top of this level, this semi-level, that they don't have a full view. But as shown here, they will have a clear full view of the stage following the interventions.
We were told on the tour that all seats would have a full view of the event happening in the future, if approved. Any more questions, clarification? No? Oh, yes, Councillor Jones.
No, just to say that's really helpful in terms of my previous questions about the layout and the foyer bar area. I think that's a significant improvement, so thanks for that.
Okay, thank you. So speakers, on the applicant side, yeah. Thank you, John. You have 6 minutes to speak.
Chair and members of the committee, I'm speaking in support of this listed building consent application, which represents the most significant investment in the Corn Exchange for more than 40 years. All buildings within the red line are Grade 2 listed, and the proposals have been shaped carefully to respect and enhance their heritage significance. I've already mentioned how internal changes will bring operational and visitor improvements, but the scheme also delivers clear heritage benefits. Much of the fabric affected, particularly the foyer, bar areas and mezzanine, consist of later 1980s insertions of low significance. Their removal will reveal more of the original polychromatic brickwork and improve legibility of the historic interior. Reinstating the blocked windows on St. John's Bar also restores the historic composition of this elevation. For 3 Parsons Court and 2 Wheeler Street, Historic England raises no objection and notes that earlier alterations have already diminished internal character, meaning the proposed works have minimal impact on listed fabric. The scheme provides substantial public benefits which officers consider outweigh the limited harm identified. Sustainability improvements, including insulation upgrades, glazing, photovoltaic panels, and an all-electric heating and ventilation strategy, are expected to reduce energy use by 61 to 79%. For a listed building of this scale, this represents a major environmental benefit aligned with Policy 63 and National Policy on Climate Change. Accessibility is also transformed, as we've heard. 3 new lifts provide step-free access to the stage, green rooms and back-of-house areas, alongside enhanced accessible WC provision and improved wheelchair viewing positions. These changes secure the building's long-term viability as an inclusive public venue. Thirdly, the areas of harm are low level, justified and reversible. The rear plant extension and external MEP ducting causes some visibility in longer views, but the Conservation Officer accepts the extension is set back, sympathetic and read within a modern townscape. The ducting is functionally necessary, minimal in extent and fully reversible. Internal MEP works sit high within an auditorium already containing rigging and lighting, with no impact on historic trusses. Finally, the proposals secure the Corn Exchange's optimum viable use, a key consideration in the NPPF. The internal adjustments and improved ancillary spaces are essential for maintaining a successful cultural venue at the heart of the city. No technical consultee objects to the listed building consent. For these reasons, I urge members to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, were you planning to speak on this item or not? You're not. Okay, we're done then with speakers. Thank you very much to those people. Members, any debate? Questions? Not possibly. Oh, sorry, you want to speak, Councillor Howard.
It'd be good to take your invitation to put an informational, was it, as you put it, into an informative around this VIP room. I know it's not a material planning matter. We can't have any direct condition on it, but yeah, I think it would be good to reflect the fact that that's, I understand, not currently done.
Usually if people put these things forward, they go, unless anyone's against it. Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Rebecca.
Sorry, could I just clarify what you were wishing to add as an informative?
I'll take your advice in a way, but I wouldn't really support the fact that it's a public building being used for effectively tiers of access to spaces in the building. So as I understand it, a member of, a paying audience member would pay a different amount to have access to a different part of the building that others couldn't get access to. Is that right?
I see officers discussing, so Councillor Griffin is on the
On
same
that
point,
issue,
is it?
I don't really think it's a planning matter. I think it's a business matter that it's up to the people who run the Corn Exchange to decide on issues like that.
Yeah,
Thank
okay. We can have a vote on it if need be. No, officers, are you ready to respond to this point now? Okay, so I'll speak. We'll come back to that in a minute. Thank you, Councillor. So I think it's good that the 80s additions are being removed. That's going to be a positive. I see there's no objection from Conservation, but I didn't know if Christian wanted to comment on the scheme at all, and especially in light of his comments on the last scheme, the Guildhall, in that these updates, I think you sort of inferred they could or should or will cause harm, but there seems to be no harm involved in this scheme, which is interesting. So just about that, really. So I don't know if you want to do that now if that's okay, Charlotte, Tristan, and then we'll come back to these officers over on my right-hand side.
This is an extraordinary building. It really does illustrate how a historic building can adapt over decades and carry out a valuable role in the city. It's extraordinary to think that at one time it was housing car and motorcycle shows. Prior to that, of course, it was a corn exchange. But some of the interventions are of concern from a heritage point of view, particularly internally, the run of ducting at high level through the roof trusses. But that is a reversible intervention, and it serves a fully justified purpose. So, yeah, on balance, although it's possible to point out specific harms, given aspects like the opening up of the auditorium, the improvement of that spatial aspect of the building, and the uncovering of some of the polychromatic brickwork. There are heritage benefits too, so there's an on-balance view on the heritage side of it.
Thanks for that, Christian. So back to you, Rebecca, on this matter of the VIP room.
I was just clarifying, as I understand it at present, you can pay different prices for different seats, different views and different tickets with different packages for catering, add-ons, etc. So my understanding is that this would be exactly the same. It's like no difference in terms of the situation. It's you pay a different price for a different ticket with a different catering add-on and such. It's not a members-only area. It's linked to the price of the ticket that you buy.
Okay, thanks for that.
But it is still there is a significance in my mind of it being a separate room. Different seats is one thing, but at least you're still sharing a space. Whereas this is the idea of it's creating a first class on a train, right? Which, I don't know about you, but it's definitely very going out of planning now. But I'm very set against that as a voter, as a decision maker.
Yeah, okay. Now, Councillor Griffin, you said something which sort of sounded a bit in opposition to Councillor Howard's point. Is that what you meant to be the case, or are you happy to?
I think we don't want to be micromanaging the management of the Corn Exchange. I mean, we already. So I just think that's outside of our scope.
Okay, and always remembering it is informative, so but I understand. Okay, in that case, we'll have a vote on it then. So VIP route. So you're a proposer, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder?
I
would say if there's no second, we wouldn't go any further, Chair.
No, that's it then. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Howard. That falls. So, any more questions for officers, members? No? Okay, in that case, what's the recommendation then, please?
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation is set out on page 261 of your agenda pack. Officer's recommendation to approve, subject to the conditions set out in the report below, with an update from the update report to condition 4 for the MEP in the auditorium, with minor amendments to wording of conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, recommendation approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
For support?
Against?
None against.
Abstention?
One
Thank you very
abstention.
much. Okay, the item is approved. Thank you very much. So thanks everyone for today. Been a bit of a long day. It feels longer than it actually is. We're finished quite early actually. So we're done. And we'll have to come back to a future meeting of this committee for the first two items that we deferred. But thank you everyone for today, officers, and especially to the speakers.